And we are live. Hello, good afternoon, good evening, good morning, in the past, in the future, wherever you are, whenever you are, in what spaces between dimensions you may be. We've been having a little bit of technical difficulties, but we will be moving forward with session 6 of The Day Tehul Died. And we are starting pretty much exactly where we left off with the last session, with the unfortunate betrayal of Hishka and his body and his remains smeared onto the hillside, and with Rose's young body on the ground, shaking in tremors and cold sweat across her blue skin, her eyes, pupils dilated, her gums bleeding, and that wound from where an arrow carved out of bone stuck in her leg not only is flowing freely with blood, but greenish pus is beginning to form around the edges of the wound. And there now, standing over her, is Atlas and Rakondu, and unseen by both of them, David Anzelon. And unconscious, maybe only about 20 feet away, is the unconscious form and shallow breathing of one Muahal. Atlas reaches down and grabs his sister in his arms. And there's just this look of determination, and to a degree of fury, he just picks her up. We need to get her to some healers. We need to get her to some healers, and I know exactly where I'm going. And he starts to take off, almost without taking a moment, just a moment of action, moment of proof. He starts running down the hill with her.
I see that, and I turn, and I hustle on. I jog on over to the fainted body of Mulhall, and I respectfully go down a knee and pick him up. As I look over my shoulder, and I see Atlas is leaving, and I look again at the remnants of where Hishka was, and I sort of look up and around. What was that? What was that? And I pick up Mulhall, and I follow after Atlas.
Mm-hmm. And the running goes on as the sun has set by this point. By the time you had reached where Hishka was, the sun had set, and now the moons are starting to rise again over the thick clouds on the horizon. And Muahal, you're still in that fever dream state. And you see it's so much of a swirl of colors and such. You, even with your mastery of the dream, it's weird. You feel like you're so heavy. It's not the same as taking most of the some of the supplements you've taken before. Yeah, it's a little more difficult. You feel fine as far as like maybe your dream mastery here, but any attempts to really wake up, it's like the dream is trying to pull you deeper than you really intended.
Yeah, as I'm in this din and cacophony of the dreamscape, as once before, things were amorphous and ephemeral, but of a certain cast, of a certain order to it, of a willful mind shaping with imagination what the very land, the air, was. Now, rather than that serene place where all things are possible, that still, of course, is the case, but it's too much all at once, too much sensation, too much perhaps it's my mind, my own potential here, but I can't control it. I can't. These seeping images of like paint with sort of rain falling upon it of shapes and spans and spaces of rocks and shapes, foliage of things forming and unforming, of undulating and of melting and reforming again in a thousand different shapes and a thousand different shades. The air around is a bruised color of purples and blues, of angry reds and foul oranges and yellows. I see about me the many stalks of other dreams, other dreamers. They still give off that gentle illumination, but sway as if in a storm rather than a gentle breeze, and I find myself tossed and moved like a piece of scrap, a ruined piece of cloth or canvas fallen from a rickety caravan in the storm. I move to and fro, unable to get my bearings or awaken from this dream, but it was needed. I can only hope that the call, that cry for help, has been answered.
And we're back to reality now once again as David Anzelon, I guess, glides afterwards. You are actually probably keeping up with a better, actually, you're finding it with your new ability, your discovered ability that you don't even need to touch ground, and ignoring the same physical barriers as most of them. You're actually keeping a better pace than actually most of them. And as you're looking at them, it's still they still have that muted sort of color. Colors are not as vibrant past the wall of life and death. But you're looking at them, and even with Muahal in his sleeping state, and there seems to be a degree more vibrancy when he's sleeping that you've begun to notice, as opposed to most of the rest of the world being carried. But it's very much in stark contrast to when you're looking now over at Rose. Even though she's still faded and muted in terms of color, there's almost like this strange sort of like, it's hard to describe. It's not so much something you see, but more you feel, like this sort of weight over her, like some kind of like heaviness coming down around her form that flickers in and out from time to time, and you're not sure exactly what that means at this moment. But something in your own gut just gives you this instinct that she's fading in and out of the precipice of something.
I am staring at that quite intently with this, lips pulled tight and curled down in a nervous frown, furrowed brow as I'm gazing at her. And I keep looking back to Muahal as well and his glittering shimmeriness, his sleeping beauty, as it were. And I must find a way to snap him out of that, because he knows more about this girl than anyone else. As far as I know, he said that she was important for something. A cure, perhaps, a fix to this calamity. So as I'm contemplating what it is that I'm looking at, I'm thinking it must be the contagion. Whatever's come onto her has some sort of spiritual effect, making her appear that way. But I just follow along closely for now, careful not to, bump elbows with anyone. I don't want them to be alarmed by a sudden chill, but I make sure not to lose them.
And it is a long run as you guys make your way down. It's easier going downhill, and especially with Atlas going at his pretty much breakneck pace. you guys are making a pretty good time as you're heading, not necessarily back towards Flame Dance, but you don't even pass like through Flame Dance. You're actually going through the field, and you recognize before long, once you see the edge of the apple trees, where and have a decent idea of where Atlas must be going. Rakandu.
Now, using what little I know, sort of using my little I know about the geography of the city off the top of my head, which is not all that reliable. I'm trying to get an idea where if he is taking her to a high, like one of the, like to the Temple of Alex, where I know there's a lot of people, a lot of refugees and people recovering.
Yeah.
Or if he knows of some other spot. Basically, if he's going to like a heavily populated area.
He is not. He's actually, surprisingly, he is taking a rather direct route, which is actually kind of worrisome. He's probably not really thinking, especially with you looking at him. He doesn't seem, the only real concern he has seems to be about Rose and getting her to somewhere that can help her. But he's not like cutting through the city. He's not going, and he's definitely not going to where the Church of Alex is. He's actually heading towards the apple orchards, the apple trees.
Good. So I'm following. I'm following with him, and I'm holding the moor hall, and I'm sort of, I'm breathing a bit heavier, though not exhausted, just from the exertion of battle, and the events there are slowly sort of catching up to me as I keep running from them. But I continue to follow him until I see exactly where he's going and exactly where he actually goes. At that point, I'll see that, and then I'll probably see if like that's okay. Like if he, clergy might not like it. I'm in the idea that the clergy won't like it, because my idea of clergy are perhaps a bit different. But seeing his frantic, movements and his, maybe his other sort of noises he's making or whatnot, and seeing like the obvious connection that he has with this other thing that they say is a human, and I'm not too sure that is a human. I think that's a little strange for me to grasp. They look so different. But I do know the connection of one sibling has to another, and that is also one of the main reasons why I'm just sort of following. And I'm not like right behind him or anything like that. I'm maybe about 10, 15 feet away.
Gotcha.
Yeah, she has blue skin, white hair. It's completely different,
Yeah, as opposed
I think
to
she's maybe some sort of fae or some other thing. And these people are perhaps a little like it's a joke or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
But
Whatever humor humans have, it doesn't translate well to the Vygesh humor.
Yeah,
pretty obviously.
I understand that.
Yeah. So, but either way,
and I am a little I am pretty worried too about this fragile creature that I'm holding. Like, I know this is a clergy as well, and I'm like, I mean, it's a pitiful, weak creature, but it's still a clergyman, and I'll do what I can.
Exactly. It's not long as you reach past the groups of like between fallen or cracked apple trees, and you're running past there, moving over the ditches and grooves and places where the earth had torn apart and reformed again, or stuff like that. There's one point where Atlas actually slides down a ditch and starts crawling with her over one shoulder, climbing up the other side, getting like all sorts of muddy, in this area as before he gets to the other side and continues going along. And at that point, as you probably get there, you see part of the because of him having to slide and crawl along, part of the strange bone arrow is actually broken and is lying, and part of it is lying there in the mud when you reach it. Whether you deal with anything with that is or not.
I don't do anything.
Yeah. Well, maybe continuing on past then, it's actually quite worrisome. You know enough about combat that the arrowhead is probably still in her leg, and now that the arrow's part of it's broken, it's probably going to be a little more difficult to get out. You may not have real medical knowledge all that well.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Grizz and Barber, so I'm just like, oh, like I know,
Yeah.
like something's obviously going on with her, and he's like moving around with her one. I'm like, oh, I don't think you should be like moving a body around like that.
Yeah. But it's not long before finally you reach and you see where he's going. It's that giant hill, that hill in the middle with the tallest apple tree on top with the golden apples there, where the Order of the Enriching Earth is, that temple of Damar that you had brought King Deliria not a day ago.
Yeah, and I continue, like I felt like if he goes in, you know, I wait at the threshold of the entrance, and just, you know, just to show the presence of the Forest Watch, like, you know, and also to show like if these are mystics, like, oh, like I have something as well.
Yeah. Well, as he goes in, yeah, he pretty much goes in. There's like one or two members of the clergy or like that. He doesn't even like acknowledge them really. Like if anything like that, he just goes in, and you actually hear him like shouting in the depths of the inside the mound as the clergy kind of goes. The one or two of the members in the clergy kind of follow him. And there's definitely some shouts. Mostly, it's all coming from him. Is the shouts and the things. At this distance, it's a little hard. Not to mention the inside of the temple.
Yeah, I don't go. I purposely don't go in the temple, viewing it as that is respecting that divinity's claim, and a bit of fear as well towards clergy. You know, like, okay, I don't want to just go in unannounced. That's not proper. So, you know, I hear all the happening there, and I'm gonna try to use sort of my insight to get a gauge, like, are the clergy yelling at him like to get out, like, no, what are you doing there, you know,
Yeah.
or is it just like a frantic sort of
Thing.
like you know, I'm just sort of listening. I'm just, you know, what's going on.
What are your grades in perception and insight, and what fortes do you have in either of those?
2 in perception, 3 in insight. I have a 14 lies.
Okay. I'm gonna have you make a perception check, just to see if you can actually kind of hear what's going on. Otherwise, I don't think I need you to roll insight. I can just give it to you from insight. But I just need a perception to see what you're picking up.
I got a 22 perception.
Oh, well then. So from this distance, at the very least, it's very clear that the only one who's really shouting is Atlas, and it's that frantic, like, someone needs to help her, and he's actually like he's so stressed. He's actually like, there's actually a few times where he actually like changes language because he just can't because he's trying to express like panic. And some of them you don't understand the language he changes to.
Yeah, most of them.
But yeah, most of them you don't. But one or two of them. But he does go back to Pelganese for the most part. It's the natural slide back to Pelganese being his species language, as the majority of it. And it's basically him like saying that someone needs to help her now, and try and like this. It's very clear. So they're trying to calm him down, but it's not really working. Someone might have taken her. You're not sure because obviously you're not actually in the temple.
Yeah.
From the sounds of it, it doesn't sound like anyone's admonishing him at this moment.
There's a moment where I think.
But there is a moment where they actually do, like, you actually like almost kind of feel it for a moment, and that's the weirdest part. Is you almost like feel it, like a great like presence, and he just and there's no raising voice, there's no raising of a voice, there's no nothing, but just this feeling of just this presence, and suddenly Atlas goes quiet.
And at that point, like I was, I heard them. He's yelling, he's going through all these languages, and I'm sort of there. I'm listening. I don't want to go in, because I got another thing I got to look after. And then I think, should I intervene? I mean, these clergy, they don't worship proper divinities. I mean, they worship dirt. I mean, how strong is that, really? Let's be honest. When you don't worship steel, or Hobbit Paphos, or fire, or Tehul. But so like my viewpoint of them is like, oh, they're kind of like they don't even use weapon. Like, so I'm thinking like, oh, should I? Oh, then once I hear them go quiet, then I kind of, and I wait like a beat, like a couple more seconds after, and then I slowly just sort of, after having that feeling go through me, that feeling, it triggers a memory in me, and is one of those first memories I saw in the snowy land of Nif. This presence when I was walking through a great castle made of this strange ice-like plastic-like substance, with these giant corridors and these Freyeen moving about quietly, and I felt that same deep feeling in there, a holy place. And I move away from that. After waiting a few moments after the quiet, I turn, and like I take a few steps back, as if like proper. You show your respect to the divine, even if it is the divinity of dirt. And then I turn and I make my way down the hill, and I make my way to my group, my scavenging group. And like to where back out in the fields where they were, but actually before I start like picking up speed, I'll sort of sit, I'll go down on one knee and I'll put Warhol down for a moment, and just to look on his person, like it might look like I'm just, oh, he's dead, I'm gonna start looting. No, like I'm just looking on his person, like if he has some sort of substance on him that might help wake him up, or if he has other sort of just substances.
Meanwhile,
Things.
as Rakandu is contemplating in front of the temple, listening in, dropping them eaves, I, having had a bad experience with clergy recently and wary of setting foot inside a religious place, instead focus my attention on the sleeping Muhal, and I will crouch next to the side of his head as he's being carried by the Vagish, and right into his ear. Muhal, can you hear me? Can you awaken? Something has happened to the child. She needs you.
And back before we answer all those questions as you're searching the body, we'll go into the mindscape of Muahal, as currently it's still that sweeping grays of clouds and stuff like that. But even as you're even then, the world of the dream is shifting, changing, searching around in strange patterns that don't make a lot of sense. They're like there for a moment before they disappear again, and you just feel like you're going deeper into things, and it's an attempt to try and control what's going on around you. There's actually one point as you're going there, you're still feeling, it's weird because you're getting the feeling of like the presence of other minds, not necessarily asleep, but like the other minds and stuff. You almost catch a glimpse of a reed here, or a shining, like almost like a diamond over there. And then there's one point where something big almost like cuts through this fog of these dreams, and it's this brilliant, like almost energy. It's and so solid and yet massive and present, and it's so dizzying to look at. Like even though you're used to the dream, this is like it's like your minds shouldn't be like that. Their minds are only of one mind, not so many, not so massive and potent like that. But even then, that drifts away sharply as you're being there, and then you hear a voice far in the distance, like literally like someone almost trying to wake you up. Yeah, and it's the voice of David Anzelon calling out to you, but it's like it's so far away you can barely hear him.
As I'm as I'm tossed about like a piece of driftwood on stormy waters, or a piece of cloth in a thunderstorm. I'm just totally at the mercy of the eddies and flows of the dreamscape, of the chaotic nature of pure potentiality. And I start to sort of feel those emanations from beyond the veil of dream, of minds, be they waking, be they sleeping, of some anchor, of something, of some permanence, of some substance that I can understand. And I then, like a beacon, like a lighthouse in the storm, it blinds me, this presence, this mind, or minds, or whatever it is that's in here, just dazzling me. And that's sort of like, though it's blinding, it kind of, it's like looking at some sort of central thing, something so bright, so potent, so powerful that it's you can't ignore it, you cannot avoid it, even in this storm. And that sort of gives me some clarity. And I hear the voice of David calling me, and I hear his voice. It's like a whisper or like a shout into the wind, but just barely perceptible do I hear it. And I move closer. I try to move towards that voice if I can.
Yeah.
And it might grow louder and louder and louder. But I at this point, that's all I can hear. That's all I can perceive amidst the roiling chaos. I focus in on that voice, and I try to will myself to get closer to it, closer in a figurative sense.
Do me a favor and roll me a meditation astral. You're taking a -5 penalty due to the amount of drugs you took, but that might still be more than enough because of the tether and certain things to be able to get through.
Sure. $20.
That was exactly what you needed. So it takes a lot out of you to reach the voice to pull out of this, but go ahead and describe how you make your titanic effort to reach the voice and whatever that may mean for you.
As I do this, despite the fact that it's described as, and I'm perceiving it like this chaos, it's still preferable. It's still comforting. It's still a place of familiarity, even though it's like being in an oil painting in the rain. It's home. It's a place I spend more time in than the real world, if indeed the unenlightened might call the fleshlands the real world. And it's kind of there's always the temptation to stay in, to not leave, to go back to that land of drudgery, of limitation, of physical discomfort, of physicality in any way, shape, or form. But I move. I will myself to hear, to listen, and in so doing, my dream self, like swimming or flying through the storm as purple clouds of gusts of multicolored winds, which you can see, here, like motes of dust let go in a gale. You can see the swirls of the space move, but I float forth. I fly in that dream version of myself, and more and more of me is sort of coalesced, and I move forward up into the sky, and with that in the fleshlands, as you tell me, wake up, something's happened to the child, something's happened to Rose, we need you, we need you. Just as you're sort of looking at me, sort of Rakonda, like, shit, does this guy have anything to help him? Like, boom, those big green emerald eyes just shoot totally open. In fact, they actually look like orbs of pure onyx for a second. So wide are the pupils, but they, like, in an instant, sort of like just contract like way too much and then expand, a little bit and kind of like oscillate with the, looking upon light, even the meager light of nighttime, as I think it's nighttime here.
And quick note, the first thing that you would see is my ethereal face directly over you, and I've got a finger pointed right over your forehead like a drill, as I was about to shove it into your brain to see if that would snap you out of your trance. But I blink in surprise as suddenly you're staring at me all wide-eyed.
And I gasp for several seconds, and I sort of like start gibbering, probably in a language you don't understand, for the talking in Ishtan, as my native tongue, just coming out of the dream. And like it takes me a couple seconds to like come to, like being woken up in the middle of the most intense dream ever.
Yeah, just pull back. I just give you some space. Oh.
Like I sit up slightly. I look sort of to you, David, and then to you, Rakondu, and
I look where you look first, and then back to you.
Like I say to you, David, like, and it seems like weird for you, Rakondu. Like I'm looking like as if someone's standing next to you. Maybe my vision, I'm like seeing double or something. But like, I say in Pelcanese, what has happened? Rose, child, did my call bring the blood of the forge?
And you're just talking to the air as far as...
I'm talking to the
you're
air.
talking to the air.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I'll respond at the same time as he is, but Remington, why don't you respond?
Oh, well, I was going to say, it's like, if Rakondu started speaking, then I would stop. But you would see me soundlessly swivel as I rotate my body to face the temple, and raise a hand pointing to it, and I... Rakondu, go ahead.
What are you speaking of?
Rose, the child, the human, the girl, Hishka. I don't even know if I got his name. The orc, the dark orc, had in his clutches. I called out in dreams to Death's giant. He might lay low. Treachery. Is she all right?
I do believe
Where are we?
she is being seen by the clergyman of the ground. I just gesture.
Then WtRoF heard my call. This is good.
Can you stand?
And I wobble a little bit, and it looks almost like I'm like kind of like inebriated. Like I can stand, but it's like I'm kind of like woozy. It's like I feel intoxicated. I still am. Like sensations are kind of dulled, and my sense of balance is kind of off. But I can.
I don't go like to help to like help, like like to steady you or help you. I just look at you and like as if looking down at you, like come on, like at least do this kind of thing, like. And I'm like looking at you like, okay, good, at least. And then I see then, good. What is
Meanwhile, I've
your?
got my palms, they're open and outstretched, to lift you, but then, like, I retract them at the last second, ball up my fists and pull away as I remember that is an unpleasant sensation.
What of Hishka? I say, sort of start, getting sort of more of myself, together.
What do you mean? The human girl. It is not a human. What have you seen?
So we followed Lars. Hishka had taken the child, and though her skin may be blue, human she is, for their people are varied, look very different from family to family.
I'm sure.
So we were in a cave, the mouth of it, of Hishka speaking words of murder and of darkness, of the end of things, with a wicked knife to the girl's throat. I sought to enter dream. Or in this form, in these lands, I cannot do much, but perhaps I thought I could call for one whose mind I have touched to aid us. And once I slumbered, I called out. I can only hope I was successful.
If it would ease your mind, go into the house of ground and see for yourself.
And I look around like, that's where we are. Like this is the first time I'm taking heed of my surroundings. Like I looked at where I am, and like,
If you would prefer, I may escort you in.
Thank you. I would appreciate that. It seems once again I owe you my life, as well as that of several others. If we are so far from where we were, I can only assume your presence here means you carried me away from harm. I thank you.
Just doing my duty.
Okay, I nod. That. I look to you, sort of, David, and like, look away from you, Rakonda, your face, and I look deep, and with meaning in that gaze, and there's like a knowing look, and I just like I nod, like sort of like knowing like it was your voice who sort of drew me out of the dream, but like I can't, be weird, like no one's gonna understand.
My expression of worry briefly, like a corner of my mouth curls up and then, goes back down. I'm still looking pretty worried about the situation here.
Mm-hmm.
And like I'm like waiting at you, Mohal, like for a response. Like I don't act. That is not my place. I'm waiting to be told what to do as I just stand there.
Mohal, it seems that your expertise is what we need here. I'm sure you recall the incident of the scythe earlier. Though perhaps if you go inside and find that you need a material, some substance, some herb to help this child that you say is so important, I think I'm the one who can get it to you fastest. I'm sure you'd agree.
I sort of nod, like not really to anyone. I turn towards the entrance. I answer, whether it's to you, David, or to you, Rakondo. You probably think both. I am all right now. is. The danger we were in has passed, at least for the time. Let us enter and see how the girl fares. I would not wish harm upon her. That child is very important.
I look at you kind of like this is like a strange mystical clergy, a strange visionary. I just sort of look at you, and my doubts sort of fade away. And I sort of I just escort Mulhall up the little hill into the tree.
Mm-hmm. As you reach closer to the entrance of the hill that makes up the temple of the Order of the Enriching Earth, though maybe most of you don't know the name of it, it's a weird feeling as you get closer to it. It's just that despite the fact that it is very familiar, that feeling, even though that presence kind of had that feeling for a moment there, but as you get closer, it's that other feeling that this place is holy, that this place is sacred. Even though you may not worship Jamar or have any real connection to it, you can still feel that sensation just coming from this hillside of being at a place that, despite being just a mound, a great hill mound with a carved opening into a hollowed out hill with the tree standing on top, you can still feel that this place is sacred in some form or another. One of the clergymen has actually come back out, and it happens to be a satyr, who appraises you all for a moment before putting his hands into the brown of his robes, and starts to speak in Sindarian. Welcome. What brings you to the Order of the Enriching Earth?
When this fellow approaches, I visibly tense up. I give him like a skeptical glance, as I'm not sure if he's going to spaz out on me, taking a few steps away.
He doesn't seem to react to you at all. If anything, he's looking between Rakandu and Mulhall.
I look down at Mulhall, like deferring to him.
We come with the same purpose, and I nod to Alejandro, Atlas. He's probably still freaking out, understandably so. Girl has suffered much and seen much. It would be an unbearable loss were she to end and exit from this world too soon. How fares she?
He kind of gives a frown for that moment, and there's a moment in those eyes. I think you both have enough insight I think all of you have enough insight to see that there's a look on his face that doesn't bode well, that he's trying to. Before he finally goes, it's too early to tell. But if you know what happened. We've been trying to speak to Atlas. It's been a little difficult to get him to speak comprehensively of what had happened. Perhaps if both of you know what happened. He's looking between the two of you.
And sort of conversely, I look back up to you, Rakandu, I nod to you, why don't you tell it?
Well, I look down at you like, and then I look back at the Sindarian. I say, Pelganese?
Yes, I speak Pelganese. Are you aware of what happened to the child?
Yes, I was there. I'm Rakandu Castillo of the Forest Watch. I was here with clergyman Mulhall, and Atlas, who you know, had come into your holy grounds. He was part of my scavenging group. We're out in the fields looking for what we can. When we came upon news of the abduction of one of the refugees, we tracked it down and found that one of the denizens had fallen under a spiritual possession, madness, and form of diabolism that is difficult for me to understand, as I am no clergy myself, no theologian. The denizen spoke, having this human woman as a prisoner meant for sacrifice to some dark spirit. We intervened, we freed the child, but it wasn't until the denizen perhaps finished their ceremonial ritual by cutting her with the head of an arrow. It was at that point she showed signs of sickness, possession, demonic in nature.
And he kind of closes his eyes. He seems to nod. And he kind of looks to you, Mohal, just to see if you, like, one, to see if you understood what was being said, and two, to see if you, like, agree with.
No, and I like the look on my face, like the sort of, I'm following the story with like the emotions of each sort of you know, the troughs and valleys of the or the waves and valleys of the story. I definitely am. Yes, that is indeed how it was.
Well, if it is some form of foul infection or possession, it's a good thing you brought her out somewhere near the edge of the town, or what remains of the town anyway.
The potency of the Ground King is strong, and has been in these lands since before even my coming to this place. More than that, this servant of the Dream Liege would add his gifts, if need be, to the recovery of this child. Like I look back up to him, like I look like square at his eyes, kind of like as you know, like a sign of like, you know, the gravity of it, but also like kind of like a challenge almost, and like, Opiate has chosen this one for great things. So as like, don't you be trying to, you know, do anything, you know, funny here, trying to use it to convert her, because I know, you know, Atlas already is sort of taken in by Damar and mud and soil and whatnot. Apparently, just, you know, brief thing between the clergy.
You speak as though the people of Flamedance would be threatened.
He's looking at this. He listens to your words, and then as he seems to be considering something with you, Mohal, before you ask the question, he looks. I don't want to say much, but just from what I was looking at, whatever afflicts her is virulent.
Any spread of contamination of disease is a threat not only to her, but to all of us. When demons may spread, that is their way. This community has already suffered much, and we cannot show any further breach in our defenses. Sort of like choose my words in perhaps a way a forest watchman might understand of walls and of breaches and stuff like that. This must be driven out, these demonic forces, if it is at all possible. Drive them back, banish them, burn them from this world. They might not corrupt this one's flesh or the very air around us.
He's actually, and the satyr's looking at this for a moment. He goes, as to no, you don't feel that presence of power. As a matter of fact, that presence of power seems to have faded away, as far as everyone's concerned. But as the satyr's looking at this and listening to this and nods, he goes, I don't think there isn't much love between Damar and Opiate, he says, and he sort of puts his hands in his, and he takes his hands out of his robes for a moment and teepees his fingers. But Damar says that we are to encourage and promote life, and you wish to encourage and help spare this life. And by having her brought here, spare the lives of those in case things go wrong. And she is of your church. She is of your faith.
I nod at that. Like, yeah. Whether she hasn't gotten her confirmation, as it were, but I see it that way.
Then I cannot make this decision, but please, you may enter. I must speak to my superior, to the head of my order. And he beckons you both in.
Okay.
Not paying any attention or seem to have any acknowledgement of the presence of David Anzelon as he turns and walks in.
I comically follow. I wait for the 3 foot tall Hibben to walk in front of me, and I sort of comically follow behind him as if he was someone big, imposing, and important.
Are there like acolytes and priests and things like hovering over Atlas and Rose, seeing oh, what's the matter?
Yeah.
I assume there's some activity going on over there.
Yeah, there's definitely some activity.
Okay.
This is actually your first time being in the Order of Enriching Earth. You don't get much out of the Temple of Contemplation all that much. Yeah. So if this is your first time actually entering into this hollowed out hill for the most part, and you're actually surprised at the light they're showing here, it's not light from torches or a fire pit, but it actually seems to be these naturally glowing sort of crystals sticking out at certain parts within the dirt walls, and actually even the thick roots that are curling at certain parts of the place. But otherwise, the temple itself is very flat, aside from maybe certain wooden barrels in certain areas and other things like that. Otherwise, it's very flat. There is no decoration. There's no real decoration. There's no orientation of any kind to show of any real wealth or austerity or anything like that. The most wealth you do see on most of the clergy are a mixture of either golden, a single golden ring or a golden necklace of some kind on each and every one of them. Aside from that, that seems to be the only real source of wealth or anything like that. Otherwise, it's mostly like farm tools in a certain area, barrels of what seem to be produce in some other places.
Mm.
And you do see like a good number of these people of the clergy are around Rose, and you actually see Atlas has been like sat down, and actually every so often is having to be like forcibly sat back down to keep him from getting up. As Rose is, despite you can just see Rose, she's there writhing. It's like not really writhing out of in real pain, but out of like sort of like fever delirium. Really, as she's like reaching up, and she's like mouthing, like trying to say something, but she's always been mute, so she doesn't really say anything as they're there. Most of them seem to be like paying attention to the leg and seem to be like trying to keep her leg still. One of them has a wet like cloth that they're like putting over her forehead and trying to keep it there. Someone else is like trying to clean her gums and trying to keep it open. It's like it's like everyone's almost like manhandling her and trying to do something, like keep her still, like clean her gums, try to see what the problem is. But but in a groaning sort of voice, some kind of language like that sounds like the groaning of earth, and a deep rumble. The satyr gives a call out. And he beckons one over, and after a brief moment where some hands are crossed over and stuff, a female orc walks over, and she walks over with a sort of like sloop to her back and just a plain wooden staff as she walks over to you, and a golden ring with what looks like an apple yet carved with bull horns coming out of the stem, adorns one of her fingers. Otherwise, she's dressed mostly in just soiled, drenched down dirt robes. But she walks over to you. Those beady eyes looking in between, and he begins discussing in this strange groaning language with her. But since everyone's in the temple and we're gonna wait for Lou to get back, why don't you?
No, I wasn't sure if he was this orc coming to me, or was she coming to the other priest who we spoke to. They were talking in Damarian, right?
Yeah, they're talking in Damarian.
Okay. So I see, all this that's going on. There's, I'm very concerned for the well-being of Rose, but the Damarian acolytes they're doing their thing. They're tending to. I'm not gonna interrupt there. It would not be. I only get in the way to the what's sort of going on here right now. I know. Master of dealing with disease, but instead, as we wait for deliberations. I look to you, Rakondi, like back up, sort of like as I take all this in, this strange structure, of nature. I mean, I've been here forever, and I've never even been in here. You have served this community with an astonishing firmness and loyalty, and not many have done or would have done. There have been other forest watchmen. Many of them do not stay in that station for long. There are many who wish for the idea, the ideal of being a protector, a shepherd, a sentry, whatever word you may wish to define that institution as, or your role within it. That is a brave few who have what it takes, who have not only the strength of arm, strength of mind, conviction. It takes you, I believe, more than any other I have seen in my time. As I've said, you've saved my life more than once in only that many number of days. Like I sort of like, I sort of start, talking as I'm taking all this in, and then I sort of look to you, and there's like, some, respect, in that, for sure. It is not only your heart and mind, I think, that has granted you such capacity, such gifts, such aspects of your personality. I've seen more than just a man within you, Ricardo. I wonder if you know potency that you truly have. The legacy that lives within you. Like I looked to you and looking you up and down.
I just look back at you and just like a faint sort of nod. But in my mind, this praise, which is so alien to me, I just sort of take little mental notes of that. But it's like I'm purposely no-selling that, but it's like I just sort of nod at that.
I gave you.
As we're going through.
And like I close my eyes, and like I kind of like my head sort of like goes forward, and then maybe for a second you're like, ah, Jesus, he got paid. So pass out again. This devotee of sleep and laziness. And like I come back, and those eyes are wide, and there's a luminescence as if like those eyes are backlit. If you can sort of imagine that, and I look into you. The mysticism I have seen before. If I can sense what I have, sensed. And, I imagine I do to a certain extent.
Yeah, you do actually do. So you're using the mystic vision, right?
Mystic arts, yeah.
Yeah. So, because he is seeing it, go ahead and make me a theology roll while you're looking at him.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I assume will. I don't want to give up the ghost, but would by saying yes or no, but would elder creators apply to this?
Elder creators would not apply.
Okay, fair enough. 14.
14. You see the cold aura around him, and you do recognize this. This is. It's for a moment really looking at him like this. This is the first time you've really gotten the chance to do this like directly to him, as opposed to trying to manipulate dreamscapes and stuff. You do actually see like the precept of cold is in him. Mm-hmm. The precept of cold is in him, but what that really means, you're not sure. He's clearly not just some follower of some divinity. He's more than that.
Mm-hmm.
But who or what exactly is another story.
can sense the chill about you, Rakandu. I can see the gentle flowing of flakes of snow. I can almost feel it, like standing too close to a frigid lake. Not only heat emanates from flame, but cold does as well from its like. I do not know whom you serve. It is not for me to know. Whomever it is you give your prayers to, I must offer them, it seems, my thanks as well. There's more in you than meets the eye.
I just nod. And like first I'm taken aback, like when he starts speaking, like his eye, like I could tell he's doing something mystical.
Mhm.
And then I kind of like pull back a bit, and then when he's speaking, I just sort of nod. Just like give myself just sort of respectful. I'm just like, think what you want to think.
At that point, the satyr turns back to you after this conversation. The Order of the Enriching Earth will be glad to accept the help of the House of Contemplation.
And I sort of like, I give a nod of fellow clergymen of thanks and mutual respect. You're not, this isn't my house, but I can respect for sure.
Until such a time as this child is healed, you are welcome here.
I thank you.
No. Oh, there comes a sound, and it's Atlas, and there's this look of fury coming up here, and he starts walking up here, and there's that anger back in him, and fury, and he starts saying something. It's the house. I warned you. And he goes to like grab you around your little feathered neck.
I don't.
I'll try to intervene.
Yep. Go ahead. And you do get in the way. Again, yeah, you're in the way with him.
I don't really make a move, like even try to avoid it.
Like I see it's coming. Like I see the approach. I see his footwork. I see him coming. Maybe Mulhall, like he's not used to combat. He's not used to when someone's going at you, and I'm used to that. So I just sort of I just move in front of Mulhall.
Yeah. No, it's his fault. And all those dreamers. It's their fault. I warned him. I warned you. And he's like looking past you at this point, like back to Mulhall, looking down at him with those wide eyes. I warned you. Oh, that if you showing her in front of all those people got her hurt, you'd pay for it. And he does try to go to lunge past you, but
yeah.
I mean, I'll just do like a quick sort of shove, throwing my shoulder into him, and then sort of pushing with my. I don't have my shield on, but it's my shield arm, sort of that same movement. What should I do?
Yep. We'll make a brawl here simply because it's a. How'd you do?
Do you want this to be dex-based?
Yes.
Okay.
Or actually, no, strength-based. Sorry. Because it's physical push, shove, close quarter.
Roger that.
Yeah.
Add 15.
You have 15. Okay. And you do give a shove, but he gives like a nice shove back, and it's like you're both like very even at this moment as you both shove back at each other, at this point, but it's gonna like go out into full like violence. He doesn't give ground, you don't give ground, and this might escalate further than what it is before there's a moment when the voice and the presence that echoes through this place, fills this place. Only one of you might have been in the presence of something with a soul as potent as this with a presence as mighty that bellows out across the way. And it quiets just about everything down. Even though as soon as it speaks, everyone's paying attention to it. It is massive when it speaks. Even Atlas at that moment feels like cowed. At the power and the voice and the presence of this orc that comes forward now, and those emerald green eyes, far too vibrant even for most, are looking. They gaze around. They glitter with an anger in them. And it's a weird-looking orc for you, Muhal. It's that dirt brown skin with the gold tusks, those emerald green eyes, and like the mossy green sort of back hair on it as it walks forward. But it gives like almost a non-verbal like shout in some language that is that same ground rumbling language, but it sounds almost like an earthquake or something just when that voice shouts out. Oh. And then he speaks in Pelganese, in a very well-spoken Pelganese. There will be no violence here in the Temple of Damar. Calm your emotions, child. We will not speak to you like this again if there is another outburst. Turns to you, Rakandu. And when he turns those eyes to you, those green eyes, you almost feel like it's not two eyes that are looking at you. It's more than two. It's like you're an entire crowd, like a full audience is gazing down on you like you're on stage, and there's a massive crowd just staring at you with those two eyes gazing and scrutinizing everything about you.
That gaze is it's too much for me, right? So I back away from Atlas, and then I look down and I just fall at attention.
And he turns to you, and that same sort of anger is still in the eye, and all the eyes, and that in those eyes as he looks back to you, down to you, Muhal. But when he blinks, it's like something changes. Like it's still that mass feeling of being scrutinized by every angle by like an entire crowd for a moment. But just in that one blink, it all changes, and even his demeanor softens. And as he gives a small smile. It is good to see you out of such... It's good to see one who dreams. And he's speaking in Sindarian at this point. It is good to see one who dreams, such as yourself, here in this moment to save a life. Come.
And I feel the potency, too, for sure. And it's like he's looking at me with that don't, that baleful gaze, and I kind of gotta avert my my eyes as well. And I didn't look like I was gonna commit any violence at all. It definitely would have happened to me, but but then there's that smile. Um, I don't know who this one is. Clearly a priest or a cleric of incredible power too. The Ground King, who is quite potent. Without life, there can be no dreams. I sort of say that in like a thanking you kind of I appreciate that and I recognize your authority and power here. But if he beckons me forward, come, I haltingly, I'll do it.
Yeah, he's beckoning you over to Rose, and lay it almost for a moment forgetting about the rest of them. But there's that slide of his gaze back over to Atlas, and you can tell that even if he hasn't raised his voice again or anything like that, just the force of his gaze alone sends him back one or two paces.
And I look at Atlas for a second, I turn my head over as I'm sort of walking, and just for a moment there's there's almost some pity in my eyes, as I understand what he's feeling, but he's so misguided, and I don't know much about Damar, but I know they're all about stability and oh man, that's not how you get in with these people, if that's what you're the call that you feel. But I approach the where Rose is laying upon, and I look upon her and look back up to this orc.
Mm.
I'm waiting to be I'm not going to speak until spoken to, sort of thing.
Mm. And he's looking back down at you, and it's that force of that gaze. Even though now as he's looking at you, it's strange now. Even when he's looked at you twice already, once with those eyes full of anger, and then with more kindness. But even now, as he's staring down at you again, it's almost a strange feeling, as though he's looking at you with fresh eyes again, as though he's looking at you once again for the very first time. It's just a weird alien feeling, but there's so much more, so much deeper to this, and that presence that had exploded outward now seems far more contained and not overwhelming and such. But he sort of nods and gestures with his head, like to the well, do what you're going to do kind of thing, and he turns away and begins walking away as the other priests sort of turn to look at you. Before trying, as Rose is still there, breathing, and one of them turns her head so that the blood that is still coming out of her gums comes, it doesn't start going down her throat and start choking her as they start trying to clean again. They start doing their things. And Atlas is being led away by the orc woman, who has definitely a very sour look on her face, as sour as an orc can get. And Raphael is still standing there next to you, Rakondu, as he sort of wipes his brow. Even he seems a little off-put by that situation. But as he turns to you, Rakondu, he goes, you are also more than welcome to stay unless you have other duties, Forest Watchman.
I thank you for the invitation, but I will be taking my leave. To your ceremonies, Clergyman Mulhall, will you be staying with them for the time being?
Mulhall's been moved over to the
okay.
to the body, so.
So I see that, and I just sort of nod. At this filthy satyr that worships dirt, really trying to show respect to these people. It's difficult, though that there's something about that orc, obviously a high priest of this situation. Finally, I think there is some strength to these people, to these orcish people, but I turn and I just leave, make my way on out, and make my way to my scavenging group. If going out in the field, find them, reconvene with them, and then. But before I go and reconvene with them, I'm going to make my way over to back to the site, back to where Hishka was, just back to that site in general. On my own sort of reconnaissance, searching what I can, trying to figure out myself, learn from my failure in failing to protect this creature, and seeing if there's anything on its person that could better give me clues as to what this thing was, and perhaps gain a little bit of insight to my own superiors, as well as if it comes up, to use as a report, to the captain. Like, oh, this is what happened. Here's whatever, this and that. Or any sort of thing that I could scavenge. So I go to that site, and then I look for my scavenging crew, and then back to Flame Dance.
All right. So it's going to take you a little bit to get there, but we'll have a nice big scene of you looking through that stuff here. But we'll go back to Muhal over the body. As all these people are doing these things, you're taking a good look at Rose now. This is your first time this is your first time seeing how she looks here in the waking world, and it's awful. It's really awful as you're getting a good look. If you want to go ahead and make a barber
sure.
roll, just so that
just
you
to
can,
assess first.
Yeah, just to assess what's going on, and I can
A
give
double
you certain.
ones. She's
No.
She just looks atrocious. I can't. I know it's disease, but like, what
Yeah.
what is that like?
Yeah,
Clearly,
this is not like any disease you've ever seen, and it's actually giving you it's probably just this horrible thing to look at. Just the real fear you have right now is that she's going to become exactly like Hishka. That this isn't a plague. This is a transformation. This is like she's going to become exactly like Hishka. I mean, the bleeding of her gums and stuff. That could be just her teeth trying to fall out and be replaced with horrible fangs. And the clamminess of her skin. Who knows when that's going to just open up with extra eyeballs or tendrils or who knows what not. The sweat might be poisonous. It's the more you look at it, the more and more it's just beginning to get. It's just like she's a lost cause, and this is actually probably the hardest blow to you, is that even if she somehow survives, will she still be the child that you need?
And as that realization hits me, utter terror takes me. Like a fear that isn't even warranted in this way for this situation, but like abject, utter, hopeless fear of I can't even describe it. Sort of for a moment, as my heart just sinks to the floor for a moment, as I see this, as I see how bad this is. This is a contagion unlike anything I've ever seen before. And with that, I am not, a man of action by any means. I am slow. I am, sleepy and whatever, and the concerns of this world I don't care about them. That Atlas was going to wring my neck, for sure. I didn't even move about it. But in this moment, with that realization, I move with as much speed and force and power as I absolutely can. As I am no surgeon, no barber of that sort, but I have herbs and I have powders and I have such things. And I go to work as I crush pieces of leaves upon the seeping sores, as I put some amount of sort of water on her upper lip and sprinkle some ground herbs and fungi that she might inhale, that open up the airways of keeping her from choking on her own fluids or whatever foulness, whatever foul transformations are going on, so to keep her alive and as she is for as long as I can, and as I do what limited actual barbery I can do, and I'm more than happy to make a roll for that.
Yeah, for the actual barbery, go ahead and make another roll.
That'll be a 16.
16. All right, good. So that's enough, especially with all the aid and everything else that's going on. You're actually starting to do stuff. They're still concerned. You're still not entirely sure what's going on with her. This isn't
going to cure her. I'm not
no.
Suturing wounds or anything. I'm just keeping more almost like the internals going, keeping the blood pumping, the heart moving as much as I can. I leave it to these folks to hopefully figure out something. But as I do that, I get down. I sort of move away. The matted hair, which is crusted over, sort of sores and sort of pus flowing down the hair follicles and making it like straw-like, like it's like crust sort of cracks and sort of falls down onto the floor as I brush away the hair.
There is actually moments where you actually are like pulling the hair back and tufts of it are actually coming out. It's not like pulling off her skin or anything like that. It's just like parts of her hair is falling out. And it's just horrifying how fast and rapid this disease is taking over and how horrible the effects are.
Yeah, for sure. I whisper into her ear, which itself is like bleeding, and shit is coming out of it. It's every facet, every aspect of her is tainted to an abominable level. Whisper some words into those ears, and I look over her, and I close my eyes, and I stare over her closed eyes fitfully, like they're rolling in their sockets. You could see beneath the lids of some horror and horrendousness. But I get down close and I speak. I know that it is not only me, not my powers, not my skill of barbery that can handle this, but a child of dream to guide her through this horror, to give her some anchor, to remind her of what is true and what is real. I look up from her sort of to the sky and then back down again as I take more of those herbs that I have. There's a bowl. I light them in a small dish, and they go up in a brilliant small flame, and a weird smelling incense fills the air, sort of washes away, at least for me and anyone around, the smell of soil and of wood and of moisture upon leaves. It's instead the smell of various incenses, and I whisper into that burning flame, which is more smoke than fire. It almost sort of more smolders than like going up like firewood. And I have my eyes sort of closed, and I'm like not like bowing, like nodding, over and over again as I drone on in a kind of sleepy sort of tone, as if I'm trying to put myself in a trance. Child of dream, ray of light, of silver, grace me with your presence. Come to me across the veil. Join me in this land. Forsake for a moment the silver-bathed lands of light, of color. Come to me. Breathe deep this offering I shed for you and for the liege we both love, with hearts unbroken and bursting. Your child needs your help. She whom dream has chosen lies at the edge of despair. I would not have her claimed. Let not this world fall to ruin. Let not imagination shrivel like teardrops in the desert, like a flower in the snow. Come to me. Give this child guidance. She is weak and needs your strength. Come to me. I sort of,
and you can almost feel,
I'll roll
go
for it.
ahead. Yeah. Well, no, you don't need to roll for it because you're doing your ritual there. It's going to come. It's a very
Okay.
it's a level 1 spirit anyway. So, but you can feel it crawling into your mind, not like in a sinister way, but like an idea or a concept of mind or something. And for a moment, it's like almost in a state of daydream, where you're awake but asleep, but your mind's somewhere else completely, and you can feel the presence of just this small facet of the dream in the presence of your mind, right in the forefront there, having answered your call, and you can hear it as it listens to your instructions. You can almost feel it. Almost seems almost to take the form in your mind's eye like that of a flower. And what you do when you want to keep a flower in a pot, to transplant it, and the idea of the pot being Rose's own mind. And it seems very clear what you need to do. You need to grasp this flower and pull it from your own pot, from its own earth, and place it into the pot, into the fertile mind of young Rose there, who is quite delirious, quite shaken, and still clammy and cold with sweat.
Sure. As I breathe in, as I feel this spirit, this small aspect of dream enter my mind, like I breathe in more of that incense, like sucking in, allowing more of this spirit into me to share my mind, and we sort of without words in that dream space that we both share. It knows. I put I still have my eyes closed and breathing in the incense, my left hand caressing this young human child even she, a little bit bigger than me, perhaps. I stroke sort of her hair back, almost lovingly, with a tenderness, almost like a parent, almost, as I will beseech this spirit to pass through me from dream to me to the mind of this girl with a heart and a mind so powerful, so potent. Guide her. Let her not be alone. This darkness, this growing stillness of despair. Let that flower, let that rose bloom and banish that which threatens to snuff out all that is good and all that must be. Go, go. And this dream sort of spills out from me, and it's almost like coming down from a high. Like there's like my head throbs a little bit for a moment as it sort of passes through me, and then my senses are kind of dulled a little bit as it leaves. I feel chill of a desire for it to come back a little, a little bit. So wondrous is its presence with me. I give this gift, this guardian spirit to Rose, whose mind still wanders in terror. And as that happens, I look over her one last time. I put my brow upon hers. It smells foul and disgusting of blood and pus and sweat and it's just sickness. The smell of like almonds and cheese and of like rotted things. I say almost under my breath, and I expel even more of my zeal, draining me perhaps of what little sort of strength I have in this sort of physical world. Hear me, Rose. Hear my voice. Remember and know that your dream, your nightmare is yours. Your will may shape all that you see. Remember your strength. No.
And there's almost that moment
Sure.
when you speak to her and when this passage of the dream comes over, despite the fact she's very much still very delirious and stuff. It's that feeling of having implanted that dream in her. It's weird. She stops thrashing around. It's very clear she's still in a somewhat very delirious sort of state. She's not fully asleep, but she's also not fully awake. But her thrashing about and stuff seems to calm down. And there's almost this moment of lucidity for a moment in her eyes, all bloodshot and tears coming through from this fever that's racking her. But there's almost like a clarity, and that something, having gotten there, reached through to her.
This dream is yours. None
And
will take it from you.
And her eyes close, and she goes to sleep. Even though most people are still working on her, someone manages to have pulled out the arrow. But before we change the scene to someone else here, I'm going to have you do me one favor here. I need you to roll me a conditioning roll, and if you have a 14 disease, you can apply it.
Well, I don't. That'll be a 7.
7. Okay, we'll get back to that. Meanwhile, David Anzelon, you've been outside the temple for a while. After they've gone in, that feeling of being like you don't want to go in there because you know what happened the last time you were around the temple for too long, and you're worried that something like that may happen. And once again, you actually feel that presence that you had felt earlier when you were starting to come, that had been so brief and then faded away. And it came back again, and you actually hear a shout resonating with it from deep within it. You actually hear the angry voices of Atlas threatening Muahal for a moment. You actually almost feel like the ghosts of sensation of realization. Muahal's life might be threatened. But that quickly passes, and before any action may be taken, that voice, that presence, overwhelming, comes through. But you're standing out there for just a little bit longer before Rakandu comes out, but not Muahal.
Yes, I wanted to wait a time to see if Muhal would come back out and, ask for assistance somehow that I can aid in this, the healing of the child. But, as I'm standing there and waiting and trying to feel out this odd sensation of that presence, and then Rakandu steps out, and I sort of tilt my head at him and, a bit of a questioning glance his direction. But I feel that perhaps I've waited long enough. Perhaps he doesn't need anything. And I've been contemplating that WtRoF might have some answers here. He seemed to know the creature that he destroyed. Perhaps he also knows about this affliction that it has spread to the girl. And so I would like to seek him out.
Mm-hmm. And how would you like to do that?
Well, I can't imagine he's hard to miss.
That's true.
Yeah. So I was thinking I would just float my way back towards where I last saw him, the site of Hiska's destruction, and look for him there. But shall I proceed on that, or?
Yeah, you're more than welcome to. It depends how fast you want to go there. It seems that as you're starting to go, you're realizing the conduit seems to be going very much in the same direction. Though you can get there a lot faster as you're not hindered by physical obstruction.
Right.
And you can fly as opposed to having to deal with the that stuff.
And even though Rikondu, he seems to be here to help. That's what I've gathered thus far. I have little way of interacting with him, and even if I do, it's just going to take too long, and I feel the time may be of the essence here. So, yes, I'm floating off, but I'm not doing any silly Superman arms forward, bird flapping nonsense. It's more that I'm just sort of standing there, and I lift off the ground and then just move. That no motion. I'm just standing relatively still. Just gazing at the point that I want to go, and I can feel myself just moving that direction. That's all it takes is a bit of a thought to get me to start coasting. But I am struggling with hesitation because I never like being around this giant, this presence that I have an unfortunate bond with that unsettles me, and I am not looking forward to revisiting that again. And I find myself thinking, if only, in these situations where I prepare to face a challenge, sometimes it's necessary or helpful to clear your head or relax with perhaps a drink or a bit of pipe. But I know that I simply cannot, indulge in those vices, and I just have to, tough it out with this bitter cold as my only companion to help numb me from what else is occurring.
Yes. As you travel along through there, in the air over the town of Flame Dance, or the remains of it rather, as you're going back in the distance in that direction, you see that silhouette of his figure crushing towards, more out in the fields actually, as he seems to be hurting a bunch of silvery wisps along.
I pause
And
for a
it's that,
moment, staring at him
and it's
as
that,
I summon my courage. And then I call out. I'm thinking back on those times when I've been doing my service, um, of when I went up against a rather imposing another barrister or just like a really intimidating thug that I had to sort of I had to work with, and I'm just I'm delving into that deep inner confidence that I'm not going to let myself be cowed, and then I'll float over and shout in a commanding tone, "WtRoF, I've come to speak with you."
what language are you speaking?
Let's go with Tehulian. Seems like a good bet.
Pretty good bet. Perhaps it's your own instinctual nature of what this thing may be, or that connection that leads you to call it Tehulian, or your own intellect. It could be any number of things. But you float over and you call out. And it doesn't really seem to turn at first towards you, but you can feel those eyes that are composed completely of emerald, like actual emerald stone. So you almost feel like the light of them kind of sort of like glance, and then they turn slowly, and there's that grinding of stone on stone as it turns. And its full attention is on you in a matter of moments.
I shut my eyes tight a moment as I feel a shiver run through me, like I visibly shudder. I fight it off, and then after a moment of quiet contemplation, I open my eyes again to behold this creature, and I'll move a bit. I'll just drift slowly closer towards him. That strange creature that you destroyed earlier. You know the one I speak, the one disgusting in appearance. He did something to that child, the young girl. Since you seem so hasty in destroying his soul, I thought perhaps you know what manner of being he was. Perhaps you know the affliction he carried as well.
And there's a long silence there as those eyes are scrutinizing you for what almost feels like an eternity for a moment. That creature that I destroyed and crushed out the spirit of. That creature had been corrupted, not only in body, but in spirit. Normally, even with a spirit as dark as that, I would have not have done what I had done. Its soul could still be reprocessed, reforged. But now, I do not wish to risk letting such souls wander without any guarantee of what darkness being forged out, those imperfections recast and reshaped. Better it doesn't exist.
If you think me to question your judgment, Giant, you're mistaken. I trust you, Old One, that by now you know exactly what you're doing.
I only dealt with it because of the connection that pain in my head when that little one shouts.
I look at him questioningly for a moment, and then I slowly nod as I realize that must be an affection he picked up from Muhal's mind. And I say to him, "So, you understand the importance, then, of her? You know that Muhal considers her to be important to fixing this unfortunate situation that we've fallen into. And so I ask again, perhaps you know of some way to cure her from this, to bring her back to life and health."
What child?
Why, Rose, of course. Are we speaking of two different things here?
I saw no child. I saw some figures. Maybe there was a child. I do not know. I was there for one thing and one thing only, to stop the pain in my head and to eliminate such corruption.
So I'm
I
giving
do
him
not
another.
know of any child that you speak of or affliction. Shall I eradicate her too?
No. I'll extend a hand and, hastily gesture for him to, get that idea out of his head. That's very not necessary at all. I wonder if perhaps you know of some method to flush this contagion out of her.
He's kind of blinking for a moment. You speak of affliction. That creature was a servant of darkness. At least that's what I felt. And every time he reaches and sort of scratches the head, and it's like grinding of stone against stone. Oh, and it's just really not a pleasant sound to hear, especially in such mass scale. It sounds as though the creature, you speak of it carrying affliction and inflicting affliction. And the forces of darkness are known for spreading disease and plague, a common form of slow, lingering death. I do not know how to cure it, but I know it exists. And it is in the forms of that kind of death is varied. Some pass quickly, others linger. All grow weak, their flesh, their spirits, and their mind.
And I'm looking down in thought, hand shoved in my ghostly pockets of my jacket that isn't really there, as I contemplate this.
And it will spread if not taken care of.
But, Giant, you know Muhal as well as I. He seems to think that this child is vital, her survival of paramount importance to saving what has been done to this land, to right what has happened to Tahul, as you say. So,
No, that is not what he sees with that child. What he wants, what he sees with that child is
alien to me. He does believe she is important, that I can feel in some distant memory. But it's not for Tahul, no. It's not for this world, no. And it hurts thinking about it.
And I have that look of sudden realization. You know, my lips part, my eyes go wide as he says, she's not important to this world. As I'm fairly certain I know what that means, and what Mulhall must be up to here, with Rose. And so, as I sort of look around, as I soak in that information, I look back to the giant, and you say that what afflicts her will spread? Spread.
If not taken care of, yes, I think it will. I've seen it many times.
And there is a moment of...
How quickly, though, that depends.
And there is a moment of doubt as I wonder, did Mulhall know that this is a possibility, that keeping her alive could be a danger to others? But I quickly dismiss that and shake my head and wave my hand, you know, just thinking to myself, no, that can't be it. He must not know. He must be ignorant of that. And then I'm thinking, will I have to take it upon myself to remove this child? And I swallow hard as I contemplate, you know, the gravity of that, and how is it a just action? This innocent child, through no fault of her own, has gained this sickness that makes her a danger to others. It's a very muddy situation. And you're certain that there's nothing to be done besides that for her? No way to cure her?
I do not know. Diseases can be cured, they can. But I do not know. Nor do I really care. All I care is when she passes that I'll have her join my herd.
And he looks down at the many souls that he seems to walk across his way, and to shepherd them until a new master of the forge is found.
And I do look down upon it, at that long line, that mockery of a parade of these dearly departed following around this thing, and it makes me feel sick, because this is not how it should be. It's so wrong. The way things are, it's too terrible to contemplate, and I quickly avert my gaze from that, turning back towards the Temple of Damar, that direction. I'll thank you for your time, WtRoF, and good luck on your efforts.
And he doesn't say anything, but he turns his gaze back and he begins to stride, and the ghost parade runs before him as he herds them like sheep, like cattle. And he leaves you to your thoughts as to what must be done. But we will now turn once again, as you contemplate this information, these thoughts, and these ideas. We turn now to the long trek and final arrival of Rakundu. Walking back across this way, you've done a lot of running to this area and back to and from this area today, but eventually you reach that hillside, and you see it, that hillside, that the crushing force of the blow that had smashed it has actually like dislodged and caused sort of a mudslide as ground has broken and fallen apart across the way. But you still see the bloody smear of the remains of the body, smushed and ground flat into horrible chunks and stuff, all bones almost to powder, and guts and entrails left open, splayed open like some animal that has just been like a bloated toad that had been dropped from a great height and just splat open. The smell is rancid and horrible.
I pause to survey this scene. Looking at the ground, there's a crevice. There's a trench. Part of the mud, how the land broke away. And seeing the body, I'm just slowly take a few moments to not only catch my breath, but also sort of scanning from left to right, just watching, keeping very close mind to the ground itself, the ground that I'm standing on, and seeing it is night, the two moons are up. That sort of hastens my search a bit more than perhaps would be normal for me. And being alone as well. I then move, over to the body.
As a few crows that had blended in with the shadows of it start hopping away and flying off from there, taking small bits of the meat that they had grabbed and flying off. One of them actually stays by it and pecks up and is holding a miraculously intact eyeball in its beak as it's sort of just staring up at you.
And it's not like
not moving.
Like, I don't go right up to the body and kneel down, start searching the entrail. No, it's like I stay a good 10 feet away or so, and I'm just sort of looking, being a Vygish, having considerable eyesight in the dark. Just sort of watching, looking at these ravens and how they move. And it's like I am some sort of specter, just sort of watching and looking at this desolate scene, looking at where Rose was tied up. I go over to the bindings. I just sort of look at that, like I'm conducting a police investigation. I'm just sort of looking at the ropes and trying to get just a better idea of the scene.
As you're looking, I'm assuming you're trying to determine if there was some ritualistic manner that was going on, or what exactly are you trying to determine?
I'm just trying to get
just so I can...
further information as to, because I don't know about the dark divinities. I mean, I know their names. I know what they quote unquote are, but I don't. I'm trying to learn a bit more. Seeing, in my mind, seeing this man had fallen to darkness. I see what I can. It's like getting an insider's look into a cultist or someone that worships Ahriman, or someone that had been possessed, or some sort of demonic influence, so that I may know in the future how to see it and deal with it.
Gotcha. Oh, as you're looking around,
any writings, in the specifically where she was, I don't know if there are carvings of some religious, just signatures or carvings, or whatever, or really anything. I don't really search the body, or I don't search the body, because it's a mess, unless something very particular were to draw me there. But other than that, now I'm just sort of searching, learning what I can.
For the most part, as you're going around, it's also bringing up certain bitter memories. As you remember the very first time you had come here to speak to Hishka, when the very first time you had come, where that cave had once stood, now completely overturned, with rocks having collapsed in on itself from the quakes, and that large trench having come from what seems to be similar. And there's the eyes of those crows and ravens watching you as they settled upon a tree. One of them is actually settled on the rock and it's gazing down at you, tilting its head here and there for a moment, and before giving a call. And it just continues to do that as you continue
Like it does
your
it.
walk
It does
around.
it twice. And I'm searching. And I'm very acting sort of calm, and I get a little bit closer to it. It's up on the rock. Right? I just get a little bit
Yeah.
closer to it, and then suddenly I look up and I sort of hiss at it.
And it starts flapping and it flaps off.
And I kind of. And then I turn and I continue some searching.
Yeah. Unfortunately, as you go around and you're taking your time looking at the details of the rock that's been here, the only real thing you see as far as the rock is concerned is that it was this rock had been here when you had but it hadn't been here when you first came here. From the way the grooves of the ground it looks like it either rolled here or from the force of the quake, or unless Hishka had somehow gained some freakish amount of strength and took in the time to roll it here. But that doesn't seem likely the case. But this rock wasn't here the first time when you came to this place for the first time. But it's more likely it was some measure from something from the cave having collapsed in from itself. Seems to be the most likely scenario. The ropes, though, these ropes seem to have been made very hastily as you take them up and you're looking at them and you're twisting them. It's just thick vines, almost for the most part, just strung together and tied rather hastily. As a matter of fact, as you tug it, it's like the only reason they was even holding her there was because maybe she was too weak to break out of it, and he'd tied them down fairly well. But this is really really poor rope quality as far as anything is concerned. Like it was hastily done to tie her down. Like this was all spur of the moment. And you're looking around, but aside from that, there's nothing much as you're looking around to see like any indication like there was some. I think that's the thing that's most disappointing to you. As you're looking around, you'd expect there should have been more. Like there should be like some overt symbol to some dark divinity, or some writing or script, some explanation. The only real evidence of it would be the complete corruption that had manifested in new ways over Hishka himself, and maybe that one other thing, that the thing he stabbed her with.
I think of that, and I'm holding the bit of that poorly made rope, that just woven vine. I sort of let go of that. I move away from the rock, and I pull away, from where she was and to the rock, and I close my eyes, and I sit down onto my knees, and I take out. I sort of unclip the leather sheath from my copper sword, and I put that in front of me. The shield I have been bouncing and bouncing on my back as I've been jogging, and I take that off and I put that down. And I slowly, as that is put down, it's like a ceremonial thing. I put the shield in a certain position, and then the sword on top of it. And I put my black clawed hands onto my knees as I sort of sit down, on my knees, sort of in that sort of position, my back straight up. I close my eyes and I slowly breathe out and breathe in and breathe out and breathe in. And when I breathe out, there's this white mist that expels in front of me and then dissipates. As I open my silver eyes, well, they're white, pupilless. And I slowly begin to look, using my own mystic auras, to see what, if there's any sort of mysticism had occurred here.
And you do see something, and it's a horrible thing that you see. As a matter of fact, you almost have to like shield your eyes for a moment. You just see this, like this almost like ghost of a shape of some dark shadow there, and it's writhing with like tendrils and stuff. And you actually see like ambient sort of strange virus-like shaped things with their diamond-shaped heads in strange colors mixing from orange and green to pus yellow and like turquoise, like sickly blues. Those just all floating around in different shapes and sizes here and there. It's the air. They don't seem to be like directly trying to go at anything, but they seem to be gravitating around certain areas and sections. But mostly they stand in a certain place, not too far away from the cave. As you get closer, you begin to realize there's actually other prints here of some animal. What is your outdoorsman?
I have a 1 grade.
1 grade. Well, as you're looking at this, this is definitely this is definitely some big creature. As you're looking at it, something with maybe reptilian, but it's huge. And this is the area where they seem to gravitate the most around, as well as a certain other part. They seem like very much connected to this area right around here. And a few of them every so often like drift off back to where the body of or the remains of Hishka are, and some of them move back away from the remains of the body back to this area, and they just sort of swirl around in strange patterns, ready to latch onto something.
So boom, I open my eyes and I see all these things, and immediately like it's boom, and then 2 seconds later, I suddenly lunge for the sword. One hand goes on the handle, one hand goes on the leather sheath. I pull out the copper longsword, and I sort of twirl it so that the blade is facing downward. Grab it with 2 hands into the ground in front of me, stabbing it into the dirt. Hastily, suddenly bringing my forehead to the pommel and to my hands. And I begin concentrating my visage. I sort of grimace a bit as I force this mystical ability, my mystical prowess, to emanate from me. The silhouette about me as I begin rocking, very very slightly. The silhouette begins to glow around me. This white, smoky. The silhouette, which begins to expand a bit more before falling down my form like dry ice. And slowly I sort of do that, like I go back and forth a few times, holding on to that copper blade, and then quietly I open my eyes again, those white eyes, and I see those strange mystic shapes, those demonic essences, that footprint. And I slowly rise up, with the sword still on the ground. I look again. I pause, and then I grab the handle, I pull the sword out hard from the ground, and there's like this smoky sort of after effect shadow that like falls from my body and onto the sword and fades as my eyes, that white fades and my pupils return, and I hold that sword close to me a few moments before I lean back down and pick up the rest of my things. And I'm visibly more nervous, anxious, afraid as I look. I slowly, like as if I walked into a lion's den. All right, and I don't want to be noticed by the lion. I'm slowly, clip the leather sheath to my belt, to my side belt, and I take the shield. I clip that behind my sling, and I slowly begin to walk and move and leave that scene. And quickly, like as I walk and I'm sort of creeping, it's kind of like it turns into a power walk, and then to a jog, and then 2 steps after a jog, a run. As I push, I fall into a run, immediately pushing away my nervous and fearful energy, breaking out into a run. My breath a bit heavier than it should be. As I keep running faster and faster and faster, I sprint. The ground, instead of dirt and grass, turns to snow, hard snow. Running, the trees pushing by me. There's other footprints, other. Panting, I look over my shoulder and I see the eyes, those emerald, those yellow, that black form, those many forms jumping, leaping through the forest, the frozen forest, running. And I'm a boy. I'm a small Rakondo. I have no blade. I have no shield, no armor, nothing. Just rags, just furs. And I'm running, and I'm running, and I'm running. And of course, I'm running until I sort of stumble and I trip down, and I fall and I hit the ground, and I roll over on my back, and I turn and there's a wolf jumping out over on me, and I bring up my hands. And there's nothing, just that black sky and those 2 moons. Slowly roll over onto my fours, and I sit up. And I get up. I fall into a jog and I make my way over to where I try to look where that arrow was, where it fell.
Mm. So you head back to the ditch. Yeah. And you go back to where the that area was that you would do, that ditch that he crawled through, and it takes you a little bit. You realize you're gonna have to dig through the mud. You're not entirely sure where exactly it was that it was, but it takes you a moment. But then, as you're digging through the mud, it's like pulling chunks of it away and feeling the unfortunate bit dampness of the mud, how feeling very uncomfortable against your flesh. You know there's still that thing you need to find until finally you see it. As you manage to grab the tip of it, part of it had sunk into into the mud for the most part, smearing the white of the bone, but you saw a little bit of the feather of the tip, like a raven's feather.
And I don't touch it, seeing like still sort of reeling back from that. Instead, I kneel down, I close my eyes, I focus, and then white pupils as I look down upon it with my mystic auras.
And when you look at it, you thought that you wouldn't think that just seeing them all those entities ambient around would have been enough. That would have been bad enough to have seen the mass of that. But imagine trying to take all that ambient forces, then combining it and just solidifying into one area. The white of the bone in there, you can see it. It almost stands out in comparison to the dirt, into the mud. You can almost see right through the mud into it. It's like this ambient shadow slithering over itself all along the length and stuff. You can almost see like little bits of like demonic sort of like lice mingling a bit around in the feathers of the arrow. oh, along with certain other things which seem to be like it's like small reddish veins, spiritual red veins that seem to pump and pulsate with something else. It's just a mess.
As my investigation continues, I look at this, my stoic sort of face, my white eyes. I close my eyes and I reopen them, and my pupils are back, and I stand up and I look around. I look how far the forest is. This needs to be burned.
Now, when you say what needs to be burned, do you mean the bear arrow or the entire forest needs to be burned?
No, the arrow needs to be burned.
Okay. Yes, indeed it does.
The one good thing that Morgul is. It's good at burning.
All right. So, how do you intend to go and burn this thing?
I just look for some wood. I mean, I'm first like where I am, just like if it's like 2 miles away, the forest line. That
you are right. You are in the middle of the apple orchard. Well, not the middle of it, but a good portion into it, and there are a bunch of fallen trees and stuff all around. So it's not. It wouldn't be too hard. You may have to hack a little bit to get some of the branches and stuff, and it might take you a little bit to actually start catching a fire, but you could do it very easily.
Yeah, I mean, I break off a couple branches, and I take the time to do this, and all the while, just sort of ruminating, trying to just think, what this could mean, what that is, those strange mystic footprint upon Kavagael. And as I'm doing it, I'm just sort of ruminating, thinking, as I'm breaking off the branches, and just setting them about, setting a bunch of small branches and then like a couple other larger pieces of wood, and then it's all there, it's all situated in a proper controlled campfire fashion, and something to light it with. And then, of course, I go over and I fancy using tactics, both mechanic and outdoorsman, as I have grades in both. I fashion just like a primitive sort of deal. As I just find some dried leaves or dead leaves or dead grass or anything that could act as first sort of kindling. And I got it there, and of course it takes a while for me to working. Good thing for Vigish is that they have thick skin, so my hands are being weared away as I'm with the stick, and I'm sort of twirling and going down, and I'm brushing the wood up against another piece, and as I'm working away, very slowly, and I'm trying not to notice it. Very slowly, a snowflake goes into my vision and goes on my shoulder as I'm working, and another snowflake. And around me is snow and trees and so many branches, so many trees. There's not even the sky, just canopy. And I'm there alone in the forest, working on that fire, making that fire to keep it warm.
Eventually, after all the effort running together, eventually the smell of smoke coming up at time to times it's like just about to catch, but not, and you're close there, and eventually eventually you see some of the embers start to catch onto it, and it's feeding it air, breath of Igvale, and it starts to catch more and more, and you start feeding it, and given a few minutes piling it on, you have a fire starting to go crackling, burning up, and the vision of snow all fades away, and you're brought back to reality.
I slowly stand as I see the fire, is popping and crackling over that thing, which is sort of buried in fire and wood. And I watch that a few more times for like a good minute or so, just watching the flames. And then I slowly turn and leave.
And the fire, and as you leave, there's the cracking and the hissing and the pop as the remains of the bone arrow, or at least that part of it, that cracks and pops, the heat of the fire and the embers cracking the bone itself, ashing the marrow. There's almost like a hiss, even as the feathers of the arrows catch alight and burn away. On some spiritual level, it's being purged. Morgul is pleased as it consumes away and burns away the darkness. But we turn our attention back now to David Anzelon. What are you doing now, David?
I am making haste back to the Temple of Damar, realizing that I'm going to have to take my chances and go inside. I need to find Mulhall and, have counsel with him, decide what's to be done about Rose, and figure out his real motives here, and if he understands what's at risk, what little we have left, in jeopardy, as long as this child is alive and infected.
And yeah, you enter there at this point, and you see that, and no one pays much attention. Well, you make it to the temple area. You actually see that would have taken a lot longer. You don't see that point, but you make it over to the temple, and you go in, and you see Muahal is in the middle of working and tending to this. So Rose are closed, and she's breathing very softly as they're attending. They're still putting cool, damp cloth over her. It almost reminds you of a time where your own daughter had a fever one time. That was quite a while ago. She got through that very quickly. But even then, Muhal's still working, and he's waving a dish with smoke over her at the time. But it's very clear he's getting exhausted. Most of these priests seem to be getting exhausted, but they're doing their best to remain in concentration. Before long, there's a point where, even for you, Muhal, there's a point where you have to stop. You can't do much more for her. The fever at a point does break a bit, and they've managed to extract the bit of the arrow. And one of them actually does pull out something else too, not just the arrowhead, but they reach in, they pull out, and it's then when you guys realize there was actually some bit of rancid flesh, not her own, but foreign flesh that had been put in there. And the priest in that pulls it out, sort of like winces in disgust, and puts it down in the wooden bowl that they have there, and sort of digs around, trying to make sure that he's gotten every little piece of it before long, and sighs. And they start stitching up the wound and cleaning it as best they can, and putting poultices and herbs. She rests. We'll have someone attend to her throughout the night. The rest of the night, we'll take turns. For now, we have to rest and see what more we can do.
Thank you. We both have done as much as we can. The rest is up to her now. Yes. I back away and leave Rose to what fitful sleep, or hopefully some less than fitful sleep, with her own lucidity, and that the guardianship of Dream might avail her some bit of comfort. And I walk away, and I see you, David, and I I approach you.
And you might note that the look on my face is not its usual, like happy to see you expression. It's more of concern, skepticism, even a bit of distrust. I don't know how good your insight is. As I'm, staring at you, watching you approach.
And I do take note of that, and I like.
How is the child?
Myself and priests of Damar, we've done as best we can for the moment. Much of the sores and the sickness has been allayed and aid as much as is possible. She is far better than she was, but still remains to be seen. The rest now will be up to the strength of her own heart to fight off this illness, this sickness that has been put upon her. With grace, albeit with perhaps the blessings of Damar as well in this place, you will see it through, and the disease may be cleansed from her body. And I look back over there, like, I shudder somewhat, like, sort of feathers sort of shoot up a little bit as I just remember all the foulness that was sort of put on her, and there were bits of flesh and rotted, this stuff that had been tainted, in with this arrow that had been put into her. It's like, ugh. What overcame Hishka is a foul and dark thing. It is better that he is removed. Thankfully, WtRoF was able to see to that his treachery and his dark intent did not threaten others. No one should have to endure that.
I'm just staring at you as you're getting out those last few lines. Think about what it is you say, Muhal. Look at you. You sound fatigued. You're not looking as well as normal.
I've
Doesn't
worked
that
for hours.
concern you?
I've worked for hours. As much as I can. Given as much as I could to see that she might pull through. It is taxing, and I am not used to such strenuous activity.
I went and spoke to WtRoF about what could be done for the girl. He seemed to find the affliction of that being that he destroyed to be something so devastating that he would not risk keeping the soul around.
Yes. So corrupted he was, both in physical form and it seems in his heart and mind at the end as well. Or perhaps... I shudder to think of it, but the influence of demons is never something to be trifled with. One as befouled as he, willing to do what he almost did. You heard him.
Hmm.
Spoke of unraveling, of darkness, at the end of things.
And I'm like, I'm kind of looking to the side, as I'm just nodding to what you're saying and scratch my nose, and then look back to you. I believe you said that no one should have to live with that sort of corruption in them. Isn't that right, Muhal?
Indeed. I've never seen such a being so befouled. He was truly taken by Ahriman.
The giant told me that his affliction can spread. As you have seen, it's gone to Rose already. And
Indeed.
I'm concerned with how you're looking.
I am fine. I just need rest.
And what of the priests of Damar that were working on her? Touched her? Her boils?
They know what they are doing, for it is their lot, and their training, and their calling. To treat such things, to see the people under their guardianship, attended to. Do not worry for them, David Anzalon. No. And I pause but then in these times such compassion is a welcome thing.
Well, you're right, of course, about that. And I'll squat down so we're on eye level and just stare at you for a long moment, giving you that piercing lawyer's gaze as I'm kind of drilling into your brain and deciphering your words there, trying to, see through, find the truth. And I say, why is it that this girl is so important to you?
I'm gonna look back, look up to you, then back to Rose, and back to you as well. Or again. Though she may not look it. Though she is hampered by a physical disability. Since her birth, she has been unable to speak. No sound issues forth from her lungs, no matter how much breath she take. No sound, no verbal expression, but nevertheless, despite, perhaps even because, to some degree, there's a potency within her. Young though she is, so few of cycles, that, and I started to shake my head it is almost undescribable, David. So sublime are the powers, though she doesn't even fully understand it yet, I think. Potential within her is limitless. And in this time, of all times, that power can do wonders that you and even I, at any other time, might have thought impossible. But we both know how true and how real what people call impossible might be. And I look sort of firmly, like to you as well, like not like an accusing look, but like yeah, like gravitas, like I look up and down your form, like shit, you're still here, and you're talking to me, and I can see you, and all that stuff we've witnessed. You talked to a giant, you just said so, like you know, the impossible is way possible. That is why she holds and harbors such importance. Strength in her will be a wondrous blessing to us all. Both those of us who still are cloaked in flesh, and others as well, besides. And I look at you, looking through and upon your shimmering, translucent form, your arms and your legs, the fingers which still move, like like an air disturbance, almost, and the shading, glimmering through with bits of silver and gray, and something troubles you. I can see it in your eyes. I can hear it in your voice, and in your expression.
Oh.
I can still see with such clarity. What troubles you, David?
As you've been speaking, I've just been staring at you silently, and my expression has been getting more and more to look like deep sympathy or sadness. As I'm staring at you, this corners of my mouth curling down, my eyes, watery, my brow crunched, as I'm sitting there squatted with my hands on my knees, hanging down in my lap. Muahal, my last friend. Do you realize the trouble you risk by keeping this girl alive? I understand that you feel she's important, but she's only important to you in this dream that you have. And I gesture out back towards the entrance to the temple. What about the people of Flame Dance, who even now struggle just to survive? This is not going to help them. You risk too much for your dream. I ball up my fists in rage, as and my lip trembling as I'm staring at you with such intensity that I'm sort of angry more at myself that I befriended you and trusted you, and all you give a shit about is this fake place that has nothing to do with this realm, as much as one can convey that through their eyes and expression. And I await your response.
What is it that drives you, David? What is it that keeps you, despite the chill and the cold you must fear, despite the lack of companionship, of touch, of physical sensation? So much that troubles you in this form. But there must be something that keeps you going, that you strive for, that you keep to this place. Is it perhaps that remembrance of friendship, of people you once knew, still do? We should share camaraderie, drink, work, of common troubles, tribulations, simple pleasures and pains. Is it love for your wife, your daughter, remembrance of their warm touch, of the laughter of your young daughter's voice, of the warmth and joy and pride you feel, or would feel every morning in seeing their beautiful faces, of the life, ambition, hopes that you wish to provide a better life for them, that drove you from Bale so far from this to this place. It's all of those things, David. Those things are dreams, and dreams are not a falsity. You know that more than perhaps any other. And I know full well, perhaps better than most, the dangers of the spirits, though I am not an expert, perhaps, in all such strains. I know what could happen. I saw with my own eyes before fading into unconsciousness. The danger it did nearly fall upon us all. I saw the maddened gaze and the insane ramblings of Hishka. I risked my own life. It is perhaps a miracle I still stand. Such was the potency of the herbs and unguents I imbibed. Call out across miles, across the veil of death, dream of life. WtRoF. I'm not a strong man, David. I do not have your strength of arm, the vigor of your body, the skills of craftsmanship, of artistry of words, the skills of the barrister, or any of those things. But in matters of the spiritual and of the things ephemeral, I am mighty. I understand the gravity of what she holds, but I have hope, and good reason too, that she can be saved. We all can be saved. Not only me. My dream is not mine alone. It is a dream I wish to give as a gift to all of us. Let us not be as the Valexians, David. Drive off friends and family in the name of security. Those things are sensible. And I surely would be the last person to disagree. But let us not condemn without cause, without reason. Look at her, David. Perhaps you can see in another time, in another place, if things were just a bit different, it were your daughter. And I would not be any quicker to condemn who lie upon that dais, were it her, were it Rose, or were it any other. She may die. I sort of shudder at that. But I have hope that she will not. If she does, I do not wish to think of it. But then, and only then, will that grim task need carrying out. At least that is my view of it. I hope that you at least understand, even if you disagree. Do not take me for a selfish man. or a blind fool. Many who look upon my faith see it that way. But again, I think we both know how much deeper certain apparent truths can be.
Muhal, you muddle the lines, and I stop and I give you that concerned look as you hack out along, and I'm just thinking like it's spreading, and you muddle the lines between what you consider dream and what I believe the common man would call ambition, motivation, aspiration. The things that motivate us to get up and work and toil the day away for the betterment of both ourselves and community. The servants of Pelgin and Helena, those who desire law and order, to make a society and survive together as a unit. And you jeopardize them by pursuing this dream. Let me tell you something. I point again outside the temple. I know you don't want to be thought of as someone who is selfish. But that is very much how I see it. Because none of them experience this dream like you do, the way I've seen it. And certainly it's a wonderful place to be for a time. A place to perhaps draw strength to use here, in this place, as I tap at the dirt or stone floor, whatever solid foundation is underneath us. This is what's real here. This is what matters, Mulhall. And you must know that it's what matters to those people in Flame Dance. It's what matters to the Damarians here, whose help you seek without being honest with them and telling them what they are dealing with. Telling them what's at risk. What do you think those people in Flame Dance are going to depend on? Religion is something that brings people together and gives them strength. They're looking at this temple, even if they don't worship Damar, as a place of safety and respite, a place of strength and hope. And you might take that away from them by exposing these people to whatever it is that afflicts Rose. All I ask is that you consider that your dream is very much unique to you. They do not crave it, desire it in the same way that you do. This is their reality, and it is mine as well, Muhal. Even though I understand the dream, I know it as you do, I know how you feel it. But applying my own logic, what I have seen, what I have experienced, and my concern for family and friend, this struggle that has kept me going. Yes, you're right, of course. What keeps me here? My wife and child, no doubt. Without them, why would I keep myself bound to this icy existence of nothing, where I make such little difference? But I won't quit. No, of course not. Even despite this. But you need to know, it's about them. It's about the greater of us, the society, Flame Dance. And however exceptional the child might be for your dream, it is of, and I pause as, this is difficult for me to say, it is of no consequence to Flame Dance at this time. She's not a priority. We need to keep these people healthy and safe. And so I ask you, please, find another method. Find a cure if you must, but do it quickly. And limit the exposure. Educate these Damarians with what they're dealing with. Tell them of the taint that this Hishka had. They need to know what's at stake. Perhaps they can decide what should be done.
And I take in your words, it's like I'm nodding, like, and I look back, like, up at you with, like, those big eyes of, like, sort of sadness as well, and, like, So be it, David. I understand. your position, your perspective. And I will consider what you have said. I only ask, you need not agree with me. We need not be identical in belief, mind, and in conviction. I only ask you trust, but I would not. I have only the best of intentions for us all, and I would not see the lives of any here be wasted or jeopardized. On that, we share commonality.
So at those words, another racking cough overcomes you at a moment, and it's you've been coughing a little bit throughout this, but this one's the roughest one you've had, and you cough for a moment, and there's actually a moment where you put your hand up to your little clawed hand, and you pull it back, and there's that horrible tang of like phlegm and copper in your mouth, and you pull your hand back, and there's blood.
I close that sort of clawed hand. I see it, but there's no reason to, display that.
You and I have strength beyond many who dwell here. You know that, I think. With my, and look at my hands, unique situation and your attachment to the dream, we can achieve great things. We can do much good here. But please, I ask you, Morhal, don't make me question further our link, our bond. I'd like to maintain it as it is, so that we could work together. But I need you to step back and look with your physical eyes from time to time at the world around you and what's happening. Do you understand, Stan?
Looking down at my hand, I close it up and look back at you. Do you understand? I understand. And I can't sort of smile, but my eyes sort of lift up, and an expression of a bit more positivity. And I sort of hold out, my other hand, to you, and amazingly, I think, well, whether I can sort of touch you or not, I put my hand and sort of on the top of yours as a reassuring gesture. I hear your words, David. Be at peace. Now, let us remove ourselves from the presence of these priests and acolytes, disturbed no longer with our words, or at least mine.
I trust you'll be alright on your own.
I'll be fine. But we are never alone. We share a unique bond, as you've said. Return to your ghostly companions. look upon people, your wife, your family, you can see much that none other can see. You have indeed a point.
That is my intent, to go to them. And I sigh and drag a hand down my face. All these distractions as of late. Each day feels more like a chain between them, don't you think?
Hmm. Such hardships can play difficultly upon the mind. But look not only at the hardship. I trust you have been successful in staving off that chill you described, with that of beasts, of predators, of people, things that need not harry us here.
And as you're mentioning those hardships and things, my eyes kind of widen as I have that moment of sudden remembrance, and I look back to you and I stare. We have a problem, now that you mention it. I met someone in the wood when I was with Wu, that sprite.
Mm.
She was another ghost, I think, but demented, hungry. She's gotten the taste for warmth, and I fear she might be visiting Flame Dance soon.
I did not recognize her. She... I assume not, otherwise you would have named her. That is a worrisome thing. The people cannot see, cannot touch, cannot defend.
That's what worries me. Not only that, but and I kind of get like I'm staring through you as having a memory. She was beautiful, so beautiful, yet terrifying at the same time. Such a strange feeling.
Where was she?
I last saw her on the outskirts, near the wood. She killed Wu, or destroyed him. He is gone.
My eyes widen at that. Like, A, how is that possible? And B, like, oh, I knew of that man.
And I nod when your eyes get big like that, and I say, "Oh yes. We can seem to affect one another. It's possible that I could rally the other ghosts in case she shows herself. Only I fear some of them are weak-willed, more so than others. Suppose that they side with the beautiful creature. Then we'll have a bigger problem on our hands.
I cannot begin to imagine what it must be like to persist, beyond the veil of mortality. But you remember what you were, what you still are by that remembrance. And if this person, ghost who once was, would prey upon its own, that is something for any who are like you to fear. But you can talk to them, make them remember who they were, who they can still be. And that, at least for now, might be the best that can be done. The outskirts of the town are riddled with chaos, even still. Let us hope that that disorder, if she does indeed seek to prey upon those who still live, is delayed by that. But you can see what we cannot. Keep looking. You will be the first to know. You and the rest. You all may be our first line of defense, if it indeed happens.
Nodding in agreement. I'll do what I can, of course. There is strength in my words. But
Indeed.
you underestimate the intoxicating pull of this warmth. And I don't know if your hand's still on my arm, but if so, I pull away from it. You know, just kind of looking at that like,
yeah, no, like we walked away.
Right. You might have noticed I had a curious expression when you did that, like, ooh, you know, like that feels good. Right. There is, I think, another thing we can do, perhaps. I'm not the only line of defense here. Those Phyrexians, as we saw, they're able to repel my kind.
I have
You're my
no
only
doubt that they
link to
will.
this mortal realm, Muhal. You'll need to speak to them. Perhaps warn them that trouble may be coming.
Perhaps. There's another with gifts beyond the mundane. As I think of that Vikish man, that icy chill, snow, ice within him. Go. I will speak to you soon.
And I sort of have a puzzled look. Muhal, if your memory serves correctly, which usually does when I concentrate on it enough, wasn't that fellow an orc?
Are you referring to Hishka?
Perhaps not. Never mind.
No.
I'm going to see to my family, check on them, then perhaps I'll visit the other ghosts and speak to them about this creature. But you have tasks before you, Muhal. I don't want to see you wasting the hours away asleep.
I'm like, what? Like, what does that mean? They're like, oh, all right, that's. Oh, that's
Sick as you are,
I'm
there's
fine.
work to be done.
Indeed.
I trust if you can't see these things done yourself, then you'll hire a messenger.
I will see that what needs to be done indeed be carried out. Do not worry, David.
And I stand up and give a glance over to Rose, staring at her for a moment. And you see me clench one of my fists and then release it. And as you cough, you know, my gaze goes back to you. And I suddenly lunge out and place, you know, those icy finger spears on your shoulder, digging in a bit. And I'm well aware that, you know, this is uncomfortable. But I'm grasping hard into your shoulder and staring at you with intensity. Don't make me do something that the two of us will regret.
Like, I looked up, like, what are you talking about? Like you know, that kind of, like, hurts. I'm like, whoa, like, I thought we were cool here. Like,
And then I pull my hand away. And, you know, I do look sad about that, you know, as I kind of look down at my hand and then ball my fist up and pull it away from you. I bid you good night.
hmm.
And with that, we will turn the scene back to Rakondu as he makes his way back towards the fields where he had left so many hours ago the people to be looking through buildings and such. You actually see torchlight in some areas. And as you get closer to the farmlands and such, you do actually recognize a few of the people that are out there. They're not all here. Not all your volunteers seem to have remained, but a good number of them seem to have managed to get torches and are still going there. You actually see the human who you had left in charge, the old man with the silver and white hair, holding a torch, that sort of imperious look on his face. And he raises the torch in salute towards you as you return. You're muted if you're not saying
Find
anything.
anything?
We've found several individuals. Some are more injured than others. Some didn't even make it back to town. Others were dead, and we left them there.
Be sure to mark where the dead are. We'll have to send a proper company to deal with them. I'm sure the families will want to bury their loved ones.
I've sent most of them have gone. The ones who couldn't, the ones who were carrying people most of the day, they've gone. I don't think we have much energy, and even with the light of the moons and with our torches, he says, he's looking up, it's not the same as when the sun's out. I don't know how much more we're going to be able to find tonight.
Understood. Take what you can. Let's head back. Gather everyone before we move.
And he nods, and he goes and starts calling out to others to sort of bring it in.
I do this, like, I do the same. He goes one way, I go another way. And look for some people, bring them together.
Yeah. Most of them are. Some of them look very exhausted and tired. Like this has been a long day. One or two of them kind of give a sort of look at you, like and it's not exactly clear, but some of it's like a little bit of suspicion, like where the fuck were you? But otherwise they do comply and fall in line before you manage to gather all the rest of them. About like maybe a quarter of the people you had gathered are not there, but as he said, they probably went, and of course, two of the members went with you to deal with that situation. So.
And like, there's an awkward moment when they're all back, and I just sort of look at them all, and like, they're all shuffling about, like, they're mumbling, they're talking to each other. And I just sort of, I say, you've all done well. Well. And like I look at them like a very sort of hard authority, like I'm ordering them. Like you've done well. I said I'm poking.
Most of the rest of them are just kind of staring at you, like. And they kind of turn towards each other. The only one who doesn't seem like have this weird look on their face from like that's a odd way or thing to say, but the older man, the one with the white, gray, silver hair, is like stands up tall, proudly, as though you've just given a high compliment.
Yep. And like there's that pause. I say that. And then, all right, let's move. I turn, and of course, I pick up some stuff. Like if they found some things in the, there's not enough hands. I help.
Yeah, they do manage to find a decent amount of like some supplies, some tools, not unbroken ones for the most part, and
it And like I guess for them it does look like I was I was searching somewhere.
Yeah.
I mean my hands are. I mean I cleaned off my face the best I can, my hair from
Yeah.
falling into the mud
Yeah.
a little bit, but like I still look a little like I've been rummaging. Um, and yeah, make our way back to Flame Dance. I see to it that these people are brought to the Temple of Lex,
Hmm.
and
Yeah.
and like even though like I'm pretty tired, pretty exhausted. I do look for if there are any other forest watchmen and convene with them and
Mhm.
ask where Hansa Kyun is for my
Mhm.
report. And like not to ask like how they're doing, but it's like
Yeah. Yeah. And basically, you actually run into Obi, who's walking around right now, and he looks absolutely exhausted. This is whatever he's been doing has been a long day, and he's like holding like a bowl of soup at the moment as he's slurping away at it, and he sees you, and he sort of like waves a spoon at you in greeting. You kept your men out for a lot longer than I thought you were.
they did well.
That's good. My guys have been mostly cleaning up most of the areas of the town. I heard there was a bit of a commotion over by the harvest house. I wasn't there to deal with that. I think Zanzik dealt with that one. No, not the harvest house. The house of contemplation. It's been a long day.
Where's Hansa Kyun?
Hansa. Last I checked, he was. And he thinks about it. I think he was near the center of town. That's the last time I remember. I'm not entirely sure what he was doing, um, or if he's even still there at the moment. But hopefully, maybe you can find him if you just head that towards near the center of town.
And like I turn in that direction, and then I turn back to Obi. Do you know of any clergy for bodies? Proper ceremonial rites.
Um, yeah, I mean, there's a decent amount. I mean, it really depends. I mean, really, the Church of Elects are the one, and Quincycellians were the ones who deal with it mostly, though rare exceptions happen, I guess. All depends. We've had a few more ghoulish burials. Well, not really burials, more like cremations happen. But I think the Valexian and Quincycellian Temple, the Harvest House, is where you want to go as far as burials are concerned.
Understood. Then I turn again, like I'm gonna like make my way over to the center of town. Then I pause, and like I turn to him. You worked hard. Did a good job.
Well, it kind of gives a sigh and laugh. Well, I'm gonna take what compliments I can from you. They don't really hand them out all that much.
And like almost robotic, I'm just sort of have that slight frown to me, and I just sort of nod, as if I'm agreeing in some comical way. And then I turn and make my way over to the center of town. I assume that'll be some distance. I'm not running there. I I get some bread or something to eat. Maybe some soup or something.
Probably not soup for you.
Yeah, or yeah, like if there's any dried meats or anything like that. If not, then I'll have to suffer through bread, even though it doesn't really fill me up or uh, sort of
You know,
help slightly with the hunger. When you're just chewing on something.
Luckily, there seem to have been a few scrap meats that were used for the cooking that they didn't use. You managed to get a few of those to have with the bread, so that's what you managed to get a hold of.
And I eat it, and my stomach still sort of growls a bit. I could still, like I could see the desperation of everyone else, all like gloomy and desperate, and through walking through the gloom and the muck, just with their soup, just, a family breaking off one loaf of bread several times to feed all those mouths, those humans, and I'm looking out at that. And of course, I don't share my meal with anyone. But
There's even a few ogres who are kind of like looking at the soup with a measure of disdain as they're like pulling up and some of the vegetables pour out, and they like sort of fish in there and grab like the little chunks of meat that are in there and sort of like stuff that in before grudgingly drinking the broth.
and, I keep a particular eye on ogres. It's like I look at them and I look around. Like I look at them to see, just like as I'm eating, just to see if like they look at someone like a prey, like a predator would look at a prey, like, well, they're weak. Like I'm trying to notice any of that kind of thing. Thinking that some gang mentalities might, in these coming days, people might start getting into groups and people might start fighting over things. So I'm trying to, like, as these days pass by, like I'm trying to look out for any notes of that. Like if there's people that regularly start moving around in a group and they go around like, yeah, we're volunteers from the night watch. Here's, where's our payment? Whatever. They get a little bit more food from the other people than they are normally allowed. But that sort of stuff, like general policing, like that, I watch that. And,
I mean, there's definitely ones that you are noticing that people are starting to group up in that situation. It's like people, despite the fact that communities should all come together and all that stuff, even all those lovely speeches from the day before, there's still this natural inclination of people to group together. But it's of the people that are grouping together, you're obviously seeing like satyrs and you're still seeing a mixture of people, but it just seems to be more like ideologies or certain friendships and stuff are keeping people together. The biggest group you're seeing with the least amount of mixture, though, seem to be the Pharaoh. And you're seeing a lot more of them. Like it was interesting for a while. You didn't see any of them until you see like a huge group of them all together, just sitting around eating their soup and stuff, and sort of like glowering over at everyone that passes by their way. Even a few eyes of underneath their dirty, like filthy beards and stuff like that are sort of like gazing out under their sloped brows with those glares as you pass by as they're drinking their soup and it's getting into their beard and everything like that. Just disgusting.
Of course, I keep my eye on them. But I finish my meal and I make my way over to the town square or the center of Flame Dance. I just look for, as a proper and dutiful guard ought to do, give their report on the day. So I make my way over there and I look for Hansa, like, if I could it's Miyagi, so odds are he's going to find me before I find him. So.
As you're walking around, it's actually very eerily quiet in our area of town now, probably because everyone had been going over to the food stores and everything like that. But you'd expect there might have been a little bit more activity over in this area, and everything just seems quiet. And oddly enough, despite the night, despite the fact the temperature difference isn't that big, you can't help but feel like a sudden chill go across your back, and not out of fear mostly, but it's just like this sudden feeling of like cold. As you're looking around, before you see peering out of one of the windows, like almost instinct, you look up and you see peering out one of the windows is Hansa looking down at you, and he beckons you, points down to the stair, points down to the door, finger to those distended lips of his before he enters back into the building.
Make my way over. I don't stop at the threshold, but I stop like in front of it, and I wait at attention as I sort of look left and right. That cold feeling was strangely comforting to me. It reminded me of when I learned a few things. I look around and then I like feel, someone else is coming to the doorway,
And the door opens, and there's Hansa. And there's a serious look on his face, and he doesn't say anything to you at first. As a matter of fact, he actually sort of turns as though expecting you to enter. And what you see past the threshold is he's not hiding any of what's here. As you go in here, is this scene, practically, of bodies, people who have like slumped over, and it's massive of the amount of people in this house that was relatively still standing straight up. There's like just this count that you see just on this bottom floor. There's even some people on the stairs, but just here there's like 15 people, and they've all just slumped over, dead.
So immediately, like I bring my sleeve to my nose, my face, and as I enter on in, and I just to smell the stench of that, and I look about. A few moments, then I look back at Hansa-kun, like if he is continue to lead me in, I'd continue going in as I am passing by these bodies, I'm seeing like if there's wounds on them.
Not to say that there isn't wounds on them, because you actually do see that. Some of these people look like they had been injured, but they've already have like certain bandages or at least minor poultices, or that at least the wounds seem to have been scabbing up and didn't seem that serious or anything like that. These were very clearly, as you're being, like volunteers of some kind to go to deal with a situation or to look through something, but as he leads you upstairs past more of these bodies, you're beginning to notice that there are no like killing wounds on any of them, and many of them have their eyes open, like wide. Some of them in fear. Some of them a stranger look, like you're not sure, like relief. That doesn't seem right. It's not relief. There's something else to that look, but it's weird to see the difference between like fear and this look on their face. And when you get up to the top of the stairs, there doesn't seem to be any more up here. But you see like there was definitely some movement around of some stuff. And Hansa has a chair set up, 2 chairs actually set up. And he sits down in one, sort of like snarls at it for a moment, but before he sits down.
I pause and I look around, because there's always that, when there's always that other thing that Hansa likes to keep close to him, perhaps a concubine of some sort. But I pause and I look around for like that thing before I enter on in, and unlike what non-Vigish perhaps would do, would be like, "What's going on? What's the meaning of this?" No, that is his duty. That is his. When he wants to give me that information, he'll say it. So I don't question him, as Vigish learn at a very young age. I just sort of enter in, and he sits down. I go and I sit down as well. A bit of relief on my visage as I'm away from the dead bodies and the stench of it. Very unappealing to me.
He's looking back down, and there's a look of concern for the most part, and it's not often you see that look. As a matter of fact, it's a rather alien look to see on his
Probably
face.
never
It's
saw
very
that.
clear concern as he's looking at this.
I have come here for my report. What are findings?
And what is your report?
Well, we had found several bodies, both alive, injured, and dead. They have each been dealt with accordingly, though the dead bodies have been left out in the fields. There have been marked to be for proper ceremonies in these coming days. Family members wish to see them one last time or conduct their own rites to them. We have salvaged a small bit of goods, though most of it ill repair. The clergyman, Muahal, the House of Contemplation, had excused himself from the search to accompany one of the other volunteers by the name of Atlas. The two of them went to the order, to the grounds of the Order of the Enriching Earth, where they looked for more religious means for the death of a survivor.
He sort of nods. No, he's still not really like looking at you. He's more looking at the bodies that, or at least down the stairs where the bodies are.
Are you alone here?
No, you're here. These were volunteers that I had sent to investigate, so to scrounge for materials. This isn't the only one like this. What was your head count on the way up?
Nearly 30.
27. And there are 2 more buildings, almost the same amount of people, just like this.
Like, I just look at him and I give just sort of a hardened look, like,
They were all healthy. They were all well. And then suddenly, I wasn't there when it happened. I wasn't anywhere near it. But I heard the screams. I tasted the fear in the air. And I came running. And then I found them all like this. Like they'd been herded into here by something.
As a matter of fact, some of these bodies I brought in here myself. A few of them were running from something. They were trying to get away from something. Try to barricade themselves, but it didn't protect them. I know fear. It makes people do irrational things. And how irrational it was for them all to just gather up in a place with perceived safety to be slaughtered as they were. But it disturbs me. There's no sign of the violence, aside from the falling over cold. "75 people, more or less, dead, with no explanation, just cold and frightened. In little under maybe 2 hours. And it slipped past me.
Suicide?
Hmm?
Suicide?
I don't know. I don't know what it is, or where it's gone, or how it's doing what it's doing. No. No blood.
I was like sort of looking like, were there like bloody wounds or?
Mm-mm. No blood. Just cold. No wounds or injuries aside from those that he had suffered from the event. He sort of bares his fangs.
And I kind of pull back a bit, like, you know, I'm sort of stoic there, and then like he bares his fangs, and like I pull back a little bit, and then I sort of reconstitute myself. In Niflund, there is a weed that grows wild upon the pine forests. There are some Vagish who fall to its allure, with its icy blue leaves, white frills to it. Some of them harvest it, crush it up, ingest it. It has been described as a relieving feeling, refreshing, though it most certainly saps the heat from one's body, saps the fire which all Vagish have. It is a delicate balance that those of the lower caste fall victim to. I do believe these people had followed a leader, one who would rally them together in a strange ceremony. I know there are many faiths in this town.
He sort of just frowns that baring of his teeth and that lowered corners of his lips, and he shakes his head. It's like, I hadn't discounted that idea, but the way they are laid out, it doesn't feel right. And if they had ingested anything, we'd see something along maybe their gums, teeth, tongue. But none of that. There's none of that.
Do any of the other watchmen know?
Only 2 others.
Do you wish
But
all of them to know?
he shakes his head. No. The less that know, the better. We've lost enough people. And while I love the taste of that beer, it does no good if people are dropping over and tearing this community apart. "75 more dead. Just dropped dead out of nowhere. It'll cause a panic. And it's not going to go unnoticed. These people, they had families. They're going to want to know what happened. And there's only so much we can say, so much that we can say that there was an accident. I am loath to bring any of the clergy into this. Even less thrill. And even then, I would summon an occultist first before I brought any of those of the divine inclined into this mess.
There's almost like a knee-jerk reaction when he mentions a cult. Like, oh. I don't like do a face of disgust, or it's more like a oh.
Yeah. But this is something beyond my knowledge. Knowledge I don't have. Do you know of anyone who might have such knowledge, have such connections?
There was the aforementioned clergy to, I believe it was the opiate god.
They care nothing about this world, living or dead. They'll stick to their dreams. No. They'll be of no help here. Anyone else?
There is the harvest master.
Do you think you can convince him to
There is an
come?
order.
He's looking harshly at you. Do you think you can bring him here and give an analysis of what's happened, and for him to keep quiet? Think carefully, Rakandu. We need to deal with whatever this is very carefully, and we need to deal with this in a way that's going to cause the least amount of a panic.
Understood. Would you like for me to relay this message to the other 2 named forest watchmen so that they may keep a border around this location?
They're already doing so.
Understood. I believe the people, when I left, many are tired, Many are weary, exhausted. These hours weigh heavily upon them. I feel it is best, it is my humble advisement, that we wait for the following day for this message to be delivered to the Harvest Master.
Agreed. At first light, bring him here. I will wait. You're dismissed.
And I get up, and I don't nod to him or anything, just like get up, and then I turn almost robotically, and I leave. Happy that I am out of the presence of a wolf fairy.
As would many be. Oh, man. But yes, so we will turn briefly to, I think, what's going to be the start of the final scenes before we end the session. But let's turn now to David Anzelon. Where do so you are beginning to fly through Flame Dance. Where are you going? Where are you thinking you need to go?
Gonna go check on the fam. Wife and daughter.
Well, to the conclusion that may take a little bit of searching, but you have what, if anything, a better chance of being able to move not only through the crowds, but over the crowds, and be able to sort of take a quick head count around the camp, not having to go through a lot of things. It's not before long you do actually find them in what is essentially a food line. And they're right now like they're only like maybe like 10 people away from getting a bowl of some kind of soup, and they have in their hands some bread that they're picking at right now.
And I smile as I see them. Happy sigh escapes me, and I land, next to them, standing beside them both, just looking at them, just appreciating that they're there, just seeing them is a very comforting feeling. I dare not touch them, but I just kind of admire them from their side, and maybe my expression changes to concern as I notice, oh, her dress is ripped, or, she's got a scrape, her cheeks smudged, that kind of thing. And but they seem to be doing pretty well, right? Like, what's their condition?
Yeah, for the most part, aside from looking relatively tired, your wife's face looks very raw and puffy around the eyes. For the most part, like she's been kind of crying for the most part for most of the day. Your daughter seems to be very not necessarily amiable. I mean, she's holding on to the doll that you had brought to her, and she's sort of like she's like trying to feed little bits of the bread to the doll. Though normally your wife would especially in a situation like this, your wife probably would have like tried to say you should probably actually not feed the doll, but she seems very out of it. Like it's just one of those moments that she's fallen in. It's like that look on the face of someone who's realized they've lost something really important.
Well, it does dishearten me to see them, suffering and struggling this way, but gosh, it's so nice to see them to be near them again. And I'm looking at this stockpile of rations or whatever they're giving out.
Mhm.
And I kind of step around to the back of it in a concealed portion, reaching out to take a something, and I hesitate for a moment, like my hands out, and then like I pull it back as I remember Hall saying, what if this was your daughter in Rose's place? What would you do? Would you do the selfish thing? And I'm thinking, as I'm rubbing my fingers together, and I'm thinking how easy it would be to take this bread or whatever and just say, just hand it to her. But then I look at the line, and I tighten my fist, and I think, it makes me a little angry how he's right, how it's so difficult to not do the selfish thing in this situation. And I'm glad I didn't have to make that choice, that Rose isn't my daughter. And that's I'm able to have that more pulled back perspective to appreciate the bigger picture in her situation. And I take a small something, a little wedge of bread, not a big piece, as I sort of move it slowly close to the ground in the darkness, over towards where wife and daughter are at, and then just sort of drop it onto her dress. Maybe she's sitting down, her dress is kind of like pooled around her, drop it onto that, as if it was a misplaced morsel that fell from her own loaf.
So there's a moment there. She's like she sort of, but she looks at I'm sorry. Repeat again how you took care of the bread. Sorry.
I acquired it from the stand or whatever, kept it low so nobody would really see it floating through the air,
Yeah.
and then when she's not looking, I just kind of drop it on her dress, just like place it there as if it was a crumb or something that fell, a piece that fell off.
Gotcha. And I mean, she doesn't really. I mean, you do it as deftly as you can, and no one seems to be really paying attention to the floating bread under the near knee level, and you put it there. She kind of like sort of stops there for a moment, and she picks it up, and she's kind of looking at it with like wide eyes, for the most part, as it looks pretty much just like as you said, like maybe a chunk of it fell off, and she sort of starts admonishing the doll for not eating her food and stuff like that, and starts trying to feed it to the doll. Now make sure you actually chew this time. You should chew. Don't spit it out.
And I'm just standing there looking down, watching her with a smirk as I'm watching her play. There's nothing quite like seeing your child happy, especially in during hard times. It's those little moments that you can't take for granted. And I look around at these other families and see their children and how they're huddled together, maybe sobbing, maybe some of them smiling though, enjoying the company here with hope on their face. And I'm kind of grimly watching them as I'm scanning around, assessing these people, thinking about the struggles to come, the bloodthirsty nymph running around, the other ghosts, and this terrifying giant just wandering around smashing shit. And I worry for these people, their safety, their sanity, and what other horrors await in this strange time without Tahul.
You actually do hear something kind of pierces through your mental thoughts there for a moment. You hear a something sobbing, and it's not that underwatery echo effect from the barrier between the ghost lands and the flesh lands here. It actually sounds a lot more clear, like talking with WtRoF or any of the other ghosts. And it's
That's
very
alarming.
faint. Yeah, it's very faint. at the moment, but you kind of can pick up where the direction it's coming from. It's further down the line, somewhere in that direction.
So I whip around towards the sound and my eyes narrow, and somewhere a bunch of violins make like a dramatic low sound. Bum bum. And then I proceed. I look at the wife and child one more time. They seem safe enough for now. And I make haste towards that direction, flying off to find it.
And you don't have to go all too far as you start going, getting closer and closer to it, and you realize it's one of the more abandoned buildings that this sound is emanating from. And the door is closed, but there is a pretty broken window, and as a matter of fact, part of the wall has caved in, and you can see like a very clear open gap that you could slip into the house through if you really didn't want to like go passing through solid objects. But,
I do find that to be unpleasant.
Mm-hmm. Yes, indeed. So going through that gap for a moment, the crying gets louder and louder, and it's actually rather heartbreaking to sound. The sound, it's like the music of a violin almost, but in that low, slow sort of dirge, sort of a sound to it. It's like one of the most somber and heartbreaking, and it almost makes you feel sad just hearing this. And that's when you finally turn the corner and you see there's 5 dead bodies, cold, collapsed, and sitting in the middle of them, her hands over her face, tears, silvery tears flowing down her cheeks, and the throb of where your heart might have been skipping a beat is that mad being, that unliving poetry that killed Wu, that tried to kill you. You're sitting in the middle of these bodies, sobbing.
And I freeze up, completely rigid, like just frozen in my step, as my eyes kind of flick back towards the way I came, and then over towards the nymph, as I'm making that decision of, what to do here. She's clearly killed 5 people, who knows how many more, but I'm not confident that I'm enough to take her down by myself.
And in that moment her eyes look up to you, and there's this look of absolute like absolute sadness. Sort of like rocking back and forth.
Oh, man. And as I behold the wonderful beauty crying, I cannot help but fall to my knees, arms outstretched, as if to embrace her, with that sorrowful look on my face. Why do you cry, beautiful one?
She holds out her hands, and she's holding, and she gestures to the bodies. I'm so alone. I'm so alone, and felt I felt so wonderful, so so alive, being around them, touching them, dancing with them. And then I was alone again. And I'm so alone. I'm oh, I'm killing them. I'm doing worse than just killing them.
I don't see any shades here, do I?
No.
And that is a very sobering realization. As she says, I did worse than kill them. And all of a sudden, my sympathy drains away as you know, it's like that hairs on the back of your neck sensation. As much as a ghost can feel that sort of thing, as I realize that there are no shades here. They've been consumed, I would think, by this creature. And I stand back up. Whoa. And close my eyes a moment. You know, as I concentrate, I look up and briefly contemplate what I'm gonna do here. Contemplating.
Contemplating.
And I
Actually,
decide. Oh no,
Mhm.
go ahead.
Actually, make your decision. Go ahead.
All right. I've decided that I am filled with a sense of duty, justice, and anger. Anger at myself for letting this thing get away and cowering before it. Before. I'm stronger than that. I'm better than that. I've taken down hard criminals, corrupt men, and no beauty will escape justice. As I yell out, just like an angry, raging howl as I snarl at her and lunge in to strangle her with both fists wrapped around her neck.
Mm. Okay, I'm going to have you do a meditation roll for me.
Sounds legit. Let's see.
Mhm.
Meditate. Okay. Oh, I got a 4.
You got a 4. So as you go and with your yell here, and you go to strangle her, as you put your hands around her neck, just the idea of putting pressure or draining away this thing suddenly just breaks in your, it's like shards in your mind. This horrible thought that you are destroying, that you, even with amidst your anger and your horror and everything like that, there's just this horror at what are you doing? You are taking this thing, this priceless thing of absolute beauty, and you're going to shatter it. Something priceless, something that can never be recovered. Like some law of the universe trying to wrap your own mind against it. You have your hands around her neck. You could probably still go through with what you're about to do, but you probably won't be the same.
So me, this shell of what was once a mere human compared to this thing, you know, as I got my hands there and I'm struggling with that inner turmoil, and I just kind of let out like this like pathetic like grunt whine like as like I want to do it but I can't, you know, and it just seems wrong, you know, even though like so many spiders on my brain is saying kill her, justice. And like you could see like I got one eye wide and the other one's like squished. It's like kind of look like I'm having a stroke as I'm just struggling. What do I do here?
And she actually reaches up and embraces you, like hugs you, and starts sobbing into you and just bawling. And it's none of that sense of violence, none of that the potential threat, though you have you some measure of your mind realizes this bitch is crazy. She could probably snap your neck at any moment if she really wanted to, or even if she didn't want to. But she's just holding on to you and just sobbing into you and like holding on to you like you're the only thing that matters or exists to her at this moment.
And she's got her head on my shoulder, arms around me,
Mm.
and I'm just staring at the wall behind her. Like, my eyes are wide. I'm just completely paralyzed as the most beautiful thing I've ever seen hugs me. And, like, I get, like, this euphoric rush that replaces everything else I was feeling. Even as, and then I kind of realize that my hands are still around her neck, and I'm like, huh! And, like, I slide them down around her back, and, and I'm hugging her, and we're just standing there as I'm like blankly staring at the wall, just kind of lost in this strange, uh, this supernatural happening right here. I mean, it's not just that she's a beautiful thing. She's a beautiful thing that's like me, and that's so rare. That makes it like twice as unbelievable. What are the odds of coming across the most beautiful woman in the world, and she's a ghost as well?
Mm-hmm. With that, I'm going to leave you at that scene before we turn back to Muahal. Muahal, you're still at the Temple of Damar, if I am correct.
For the moment, yes.
Yeah. It's feeling worse. Your legs are feeling like jelly. And the coughing is getting a little worse. As a matter of fact, you're not the only one who's having some of those coughing fits. A few of the other priests that were of the Damarians who are working with you are starting to break into cold sweats. One of them has like sort of greenish crusts forming around the edge of his eyes. So he keeps rubbing them and trying to lower the build up.
Ponder the words recently spoken with David, revealing yet more unpleasant happenings of ghostly predator, of other things as well, drawing my mind, my exhaustion. I try to find some meditation, but my own coughing and that of others is breaking, my concentration, and I'm exhausted, which surprisingly enough is something I seldom feel. And it's taking all that I have to remain sort of conscious, but conscious I, again, strangely enough, try to maintain as I sense what is happening within me. I see it happening in others. I think back to the conversation I had with that ghost. And perhaps he was more correct. I, of course, knew that these things spread. Well aware of that, but so quickly I did not expect so potent. And though I had intended to seek out Rakondu, perhaps some others, as I have some very important things I must speak to them about. Wonder if perhaps that's not the best idea. No, the only thing that must be done, or can be done now, is to stop this thing as quickly as possible. And I must hope the strength of Opiate and Damar are potent enough to do so. What is the state of... Well, it's only been like a couple minutes, right? Or has it been like hours, or...
It's been like a little bit over an hour or two at this point. Rose has been pretty much stable. There's still been a lot of like changing out the things to keep her head cool. She's still sweating, but otherwise, for the most part, she's not sleeping fitfully. Probably a lot thanks to you and the spirit of the dream that you brought to them.
Mm.
But as other members of the clergy are starting to show signs of the illness, they're kind of all being gathered to an area near Rose, and some of them are actually starting to guide you over there as well. It's becoming clear that it's becoming very clear, and even one of them turns to you and sort of nods and goes, "It's like sort of like a grim nod, like we all knew what we were doing."
I assume
when we started. Yeah. And basically, at this point, they're starting to put the ones who had been working on Rose essentially to quarantine. Not exactly, but it seems that way for the most part. So you're all still nearby Rose, and you're still doing your jobs and still kind of tending to each other for the most part.
And with I have a significant amount of insight, and getting that sense actually puts me at ease a little bit. I thought they knew what they were doing, but okay, they really must have known what they were doing, what they were getting involved with, and the sheer power and wisdom and gravitas I felt from that high priest is okay. Perhaps things are not as grim. Surely this man, this old orc, and the people here, and indeed myself, will see this thing resolved in the best way possible. But I assume I do not see him. We're sort of kept off, in a way. So that being the case, as there's nothing to be done, giving Rose an opportunity to rest and work through this, I do the same. And I'm going to attempt to meditate, to clear my mind and actually rest, as, again, I actually need the meditation at this point. Right, I'm on the dirt, and I'm on the the fresh brown soil here, which is it's like like what I'm used to. But I set myself down beneath the whatever, like, cot or thing that Rose is put upon. And I focus on the sound of her breathing. And I get the scent of that lingering bit of the fumes of incense. I shut my eyes and I attempt to center myself, awaken in a better world. And that is what I do. I'm going to attempt to meditate, regain some strength and some zeal, for no doubt the coming days will be just as strenuous, if not more so, as
All right.
with every passing day,
Go ahead and
more
make.
and more dangers become known. And I will do so.
Go ahead and roll. Go ahead and roll your meditation mysticism if you have that.
Sure. Mm. 22.
I think that more than fills you back up, if I recall correctly. So
That's what I spend my time doing, is just centering myself, preparing my mind, my body
Mhm.
for the coming rigors. Because I can't leave this place, and I wouldn't, even if I could. I mean, maybe I could. They wouldn't stop me, but I won't, as I'm beginning to see. Perhaps a bit
There
more of
is
the wisdom of
that's
David.
there's, in certain respects, there is a degree as you're in that meditation, you're bringing that zeal, the sort of realization that maybe your body can't leave this place, but maybe, just maybe to a degree, your mind, your body is trapped here in this place with this disease in the Temple of Damar, but in the dream, there's no such limitations. There's all things, all possibilities, and maybe enough time to work through the problems, to think about what needs to be done. And I think as we're leaving here at these situations, I think we're going to go into final soliloquies for the night. Whoever wants to start first.
You got it.
Okay.
I sink into that endless space, and the aches and pains and the groans of others, of my own congestion and coughing, fades away, unburdened by the cares and pains of the physical. In my dream form, I float up once again in that that place, that dream, that world of my own making, of beautiful pastoral floating places in a multicolored sky of wonder. And in the distance, always in the distance, a looming, spherical, massive, miles wide, brilliant silver structure, a castle of sorts, a center, a wondrous city, stronghold, a heart from which all good things merge. It has been too long since I have felt the dream as such. It does me good. It does me good to be here in the real world. Oh, David, you do not understand. Even now, despite all that you have seen, you have felt. I am sorry. It saddens me so. You cannot see the truth, even though it's right in front of your eyes. The tip of your tongue to be tasted, seen, heard, and experienced. But that is all right. It is no matter. I understand. I do. So few know of the truth of their own lives, and what they could be, and what they could accomplish. That is the true tragedy of this world. Kavega Thale. We could be as gods. Could be whatever we wish. The true tragedy, they call it just a dream. As if that were something that was false. But it is our truest self. I know the danger. I know. I feel it in my body and in my bones even now. I feel it spreading. Though I'm loath to admit it, while it pains me, I am not as the selfish one. I gladly pay this price, and if need be, I will fall to rot and to ruin to see it through. It is for you, David. For you, Grace, Rakondu, Deliria, Atlas, all of you, here and elsewhere. I will show you the way. But you are too blind to see. But I will show you the way. And this young girl, her mind will open like the lotus. And as her heart erupts with pure creativity, that wave will wash over us all and take us into paradise. She will be the vessel that ferries us to salvation. I just need more time. Just a little more time.
Meanwhile, tethered to the fleshlands, ironically enough, as I am not fully there myself, dealing with the day-to-day struggles of this new form, this new half-life, surrounded by destruction and suffering, odd creatures, strange happenings. So much have I seen in such a short amount of time. So many new experiences. And it is beginning to take its toll on that one thing that I have left, my mind, my sanity. It's making me short with my last friend here, Mulhal. The strain, the anger at my own inadequacy, at the situation that my family's left in, the peril of Flame Dance. These other ghosts, this giant. Even though I seem to have some useful and effective new abilities, I am still one man, perhaps even less than that. It is the greatest struggle I've ever faced. But so long as Maria and Eva walk this earth, I will not quit. I will be here for them, to see them safely through, so that our child may grow, to have children of her own. I'll find a way through this, even if it means destroying that which is most beautiful. Perhaps this nymph ghost, or perhaps Mulhal's dream. That which he desires most, that strange falsehood that's so comforting, Even I feel its pull from time to time. We shall see how it goes. How the Spider Queen wills this order to either unravel or come together again in a coherent web.
The scene opens with whispers. I wake up, riding upon a sled being drawn by these large beasts. A large sled, several other Vigish, a young Vakandu there. Beautiful arms, sigil, a hammer, an iron, a black anvil. And there, the suit of Vigish men. All Vigish men, no women for this task. No! There we see young Vakandu. To his right, another Vigish boy, older, surrounded by guards. Guards armored and on beast. Behind them, slaves, walking through the snow along steep mountain cliffs of ice, wind, moving along the winding path. I turn and I smile, my bright eyes. Despite the cold, despite the harshness of Nif, there is warmth. There is love, brotherly love. I look to my brother and I smile. He looks back at me and he frowns. What are you doing? Stop that. Huh. I wipe that smile from my face. Another lesson to be learned. I look forward, continue down, and suddenly, movement! Snow, ice, pebbles, flying in the air, people falling off their beasts, bodies falling, an avalanche, a rock slide, taking out the path. The young Wakanda opens his eyes, he looks around. Other Vigish, half buried, getting themselves out. Help me! Help! I run over. There. The brother looks up, holding on to one arm, on the edge of a cliff, down into a forest of pines. Help me! Come on! You could do it! He looks up at me. I don't think I could do it. I'm not strong enough. I have to do it. I reach down, I grab him. He's too heavy. He's too heavy. No! Hands separate. His body hits on a rock, splitting his body, ripping it in two, tumbles several more times as it breaks, collapses on the jagged rocks below, disappearing into the snow, into the canopy. No! Oh! I wake up. There. Darkness. It's late. A Ferrum. Mumbles to me. He's across the street looking at me. Another nightmare. I thought I had no purpose. I thought if only I could show them I earned my name. see my father give the sigil and properly deem me his son. But only had to do that one thing. It was so simple. I couldn't even do that. As I roll over on my side, trying to sleep, thinking to myself, I couldn't even do that. Even if it was out of my hands, breaking of rocks, I should have seen it. I should have seen the collapse, the signs. I should have seen it. One after another, these events. Is it bad luck? Is it some god that seeks to torment me in my life? When I need it most, takes out away from me. A grasp, almost there. Hishka. That beast. You wore yourself on your skin. The horrendous acts that one may put upon another. That which all Vegas children learn to hold and control within, to understand, to obey. You were alone, separated, you had no family, ripped away from them. I should have seen it. I should have seen the darkness, those dark thoughts, those strange mumblings, the way you moved, your mannerisms. I should have read it. I should have known. You're susceptible. You're susceptible to that darkness within. I should have seen it. So the orcs that took you, I should have known who they were. I didn't know who they were. What could they have said to you? What could they have done to you? Perhaps it was just a push off the edge to fall into oblivion. A gentle push, a fall, a rock slide. I see you in that cave. By the gods, you remind me of myself. In that cave alone. But I'm not like you. I'm not you. You're something else, a stranger thing. Though I know darkness, I know what their gift is to this world. I've entrusted with that secret. I know the Lord and Lady have taught me. I must believe in their white words. I must believe and keep to my faith. For I know that will be what saves me.
And with that, we shall end this session, session 6 of The Day Tehul Died, in this moment of dreams, of nightmares, and wondering what the future holds. Good night, everyone. Good morning. Good afternoon.